So one of the things, as we're kind of letting our other speakers join here, waiting on a few more to join, I wanted to start by just kind of describing, for those of you that may not be familiar with Disability Cocoon and kind of who we are and what we do, this graphic that you can see on your screen now is the best way for me to kind of describe what we're trying to do. I started Disability Cocoon about 1.5 years ago. I was actually employed by a remote support provider. Started one of those companies back in 2006 and worked as the executive director for a remote support company for 13 years. Prior to that, I started in the industry as a DSP and then was a director for a provider agency in Indiana, and then did the remote supports things. And then about 1.5 years ago, I started Disability Cocoon. And the goal of Disability Cocoon is just to be a resource for all of you, to be out there and talking about tech, giving you options to, as you can kind of see on the graphic here, discover and learn about technology and get the tools that you need to implement. Let me go ahead. Jared, I'm going to mute you for a sec. Sorry.
That's right.
So one of the first ways that we do that, kind of the core of what we're trying to do is to help you guys discover. And the way we do that, and this is just the our website, you can go find this at disabilitycocoon.com. One of the things that we do is we hold these things called tech huddles. They're basically Zooms like you're on right now. We hold them once a week where we bring on a new piece of tech or a new tech vendor or a new solution or a new idea. And we do a 30-minute real quick presentation on that every Tuesday at 12 o'clock. So you guys can jump on for free, learn about a new piece of tech and get ideas on the different forms of tech that are out there to support the people that we're serving. We also, every single week, send out a newsletter where we're sharing ideas, we're sharing new solutions that we're seeing, we're sharing best practices, we're sharing other people's content through that as well. So if we see somebody else in the industry doing something really cool, we're going to go ahead and share that. So I would really recommend signing up for the newsletter. It's also where you're going to get notified of the other things that we're doing at Disability Cocoon. And then obviously the social media thing, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn is where we're at. So that's kind of the discover part. Again, just trying to share information with you guys on how to, go out and find things. The next part is where we really get into more of the learning. So we don't want to just throw a whole bunch of solutions at you and good luck, go figure it out. We want to actually give you the tools to really dive deeper into some of these things. And the way that we're doing that right now in the learn categories, we do host conferences around the United States, in-person conferences. Last year, we did 7 of them. Ohio, Illinois, Missouri, Indiana, Denver, Colorado, several of them. But those tech fests, we try to do them a little bit differently. We don't want them to be a typical conference, thus the name Tech Fest. We want to make them fun, kind of laid back. We're bringing in technology vendors and sessions and workshop, kind of hands-on labs type things. So really recommend getting out to one of those if you can. They're a great way to really, kind of get your hands on some things. Obviously, we're doing workshops. Today is our first one, which I was kind of describing earlier. We do plan on doing more of these workshops. Right now, I'm working with Bridging Apps, which is a project done by Easter Seals Greater Houston. They've put together this amazing app search tool, and we wanted to kind of dive a little bit more deeply into apps and how to use that tool and talk about some specific apps. Also looking at maybe doing an elopement workshop on tech to assist with elopements. We may do one on medications. So just kind of really diving specifically into a topic like we're doing today with remote supports. The other thing that we have is all of those tech huddles, those weekly demos that we do, all of the content from the tech festivals and all of these workshops, we record everything. And all of those recordings are available kind of on demand to you in our on-demand Tech Fest, so that you can go get this kind of stuff whenever you want it, without having to attend the things in person or at the scheduled time. And then we write some articles. The implementation side of things is we do have the ability to, this thing that we call Ask an Expert. So if you look down here in the very bottom right-hand side of the Disability Cocoon website, you can click that open right there and just start chatting with us. So if you're sitting in it, the idea behind this is more than just customer support for websites or, those kinds of things. The idea behind this is really to, as you're sitting in a team meeting and you have a question about tech or anything, you can basically just come here, type in the question, and then someone will be able to answer that question. We're not getting a whole lot of traffic on this right now. I invite you to do that. Our responses may not be immediate. So if you have a team meeting coming up or something of that nature, you may want to do it, an hour or so ahead, but we do typically respond within a few hours. So, and I do have plans to expand this and build out a much larger network of people that can field those types of questions. We do also do some consulting. We're currently helping several states with their technology first push. We are helping agencies, and I get emails all the time from service coordinators or family members asking me questions about things. So we're happy to help. Also doing lots of presentations at conferences and presenting on tech and the benefits of tech. So if you have a conference that you're organizing, we're happy to come out and participate in any way that you want. So we have a couple of other big things that we're working on that will really become the backbone of Disability Cocoon in the future. One is called Nexus, which will be a software program, a web-based software program where you can come in and search by desired outcome. So taking ideas and goals from an ISP, search for those, and the system will spit out possible technology solutions that can address those desired outcomes. So you don't have to go along, do all the searching that you have to do right now. The system will do the searching for you, find the recommendations. And then the second piece is a procurement management system. So if you're a provider agency or a county board and you want a process by which your agency can manage the acquisition of technology, there is a tool where we can connect you with the vendors, you can get bids, you can manage the flow of that request through your agency to make sure that the necessary approvals are in place. And then the final piece of Nexus is that management process will be generating a lot of data, and we'll actually have data on how effective the technology is that you've implemented. So there will be follow-along prompting given to the service coordinator or family and the individual themselves, asking them how well that tech's working for them, comparing the cost of the tech to previous expenditures in some states. And we're really, the goal of this is really to give you guys real data on, we implemented X and the outcome was Y, so that you can see that the value in tech, or not see the value in tech. Also working with Simply Home, who's on here today presenting, to create an enabling technology accreditation, certification, and credentialing program for DSPs, professionals, as well as agencies. So we want to professionalize this knowledge across the industry and actually issue accreditations. And talking with some states are actually looking at, in this value-based reimbursement structure that some states are discussing, having that type of an accreditation be tied into those systems. So lots of things that we're working on. I don't have a whole lot of time to get into those today. Let me go back and do a real quick check here. Presenters, you guys doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Great.
Absolutely.
All right, let me do a quick check here of my attendee list and make sure that we don't have any other presenters that are on already. I know some of them were going to be joining a little bit late. They had a few other things going, and I was going to be doing the first part here. So hang tight, everybody. It is 11:40. This is the time when I was going to jump into another session, but 1 second, and I will get right to that. All right, I'm not seeing the other folks on, so let me transition here. So I thought that before we invite all of these vendors, remote support vendors on to kind of start talking with us and having this conversation about everything that you need to know about remote supports, I thought that it was important that we start first by kind of running through the history of remote supports. And I want to do that just to kind of let you know where we've come from, where we're going, and just kind of how this service has evolved, because the example of how this service has evolved, I think that we're going to kind of look at it from a national perspective and the way that this service has been implemented across the various states in the country. but that example can really be applied to your specific situation, whether you're looking at this from an agency perspective, whether you're looking at this as a service coordination organization or a state. A lot of the things that you're going through or that we're going to talk about will have been gone through before. So let me go ahead and share my screen here, and we'll kind of run through this. So hoping everybody can see this okay. Again, as we move through this, as an attendee, you're on mute, but please do feel free to throw questions in the Q&A, and I will get to those as quickly as we can and make sure that those get answered. So I wanted to first start with the history of remote supports, and kind of to just tell the story of how this service has evolved from 2002 till today. And a lot of what we're going to talk about, vendors, if you guys are on and have something that you want to share as I'm going through this, something specific about how you entered this timeline and or any insights, please feel free. We didn't really discuss that, but please feel free. So the service was actually the first example that I could see of this service was done by the University of Wisconsin, the Wiseman Center. Was a project that they had started called Sound Response. Sound Response was installing an array of sensors only with two-way audio communication to an individual's home with a disability, linking them back to a remote caregiver that could provide remote supports through that technology in their home. So this was a project that was just started by the University of Wisconsin to kind of explore this model, to see if it would work. And the people that started that actually ended up starting another company, which we'll do here in just a second. So that was in 2002. Right around that time is when the AT Act first kind of defined what is assistive technology. And then also during that same time frame, just to kind of give you some perspective on where we're at, that was actually the year that Facebook was founded. So 2002, which was 17 years ago. So this service has been around in one form or another since 2002. In 2006 to 2007 is really when the service kind of started to really take off across the country. That Wiseman, the project coming out of the Wiseman Center there in the University of Wisconsin, the first company to actually provide remote support services was a company called nitty, and Chris Patterson was one of the founders and is on here today to help us with this training. But that project at the Wiseman Center actually spun out, and some of the people that were running that project founded the company called nitty. Also around that same time, two other companies were formed. One is Simply Home, and we have Drew, who is one of the founders of Simply Home. Simply Home was spun out of a service provider organization that was providing services in Wisconsin and North Carolina. They saw the benefits of tech. They started using technology to support people, and officially formed Simply Home as a technology solution to support people with disabilities. At that same time, Rest Assured was founded, which was one of the company that I was with at the time. So you have these three types of vendors that were entering and trying to provide this new service called remote supports. And at this time, it was so new that we were all, honestly, we were all trying to figure it out, right? We had an idea on what we thought the systems could do. We were kind of testing them out. We were doing demo homes. We were operating in very small pockets of the country, typically in, kind of our own backyard types of situations. And really exploring what were the limits of tech, what could the tech actually do, how were people going to perceive this service, and was it a model that could actually become a service that was going to be utilized in the system. So at this point, it was a lot of exploring. There was no benchmark for us to go back to reference, and we were basically creating a service model from scratch, which was scary and was also very, very exciting to see something new starting and to see the response of the people that were receiving the services. At this point, the perception, I think, of remote supports, the way that I could sum it up the easiest, and the response that I got by far the most was, when we're talking about remote supports, it's a variety of different devices, but as soon as cameras brought up, it was, oh my gosh, no way, no, there's no chance. This is an invasion of privacy. This is Big Brother. That was kind of the response that we were getting at this time. In the bottom right-hand side of this image, you will see a map. That map is actually showing where waiver funding was available. So Indiana was the first state to fund remote supports through their Medicaid waiver program. There was one state in that year that was funding it. Also, in 2006 is when the iPhone came out, the first iPhone. And I was looking for a picture of an iPhone, and I found this. It looks like you can actually still buy the first model of the iPhone for $5,200 if anybody's interested. I doubt anybody is. But, moving forward a couple of years, Syngistics was the next kind of remote support vendor to enter the market. They're based up in Minnesota, and we will have representatives from Syngistics joining us today as well. During this time, the vendors, Syngistics, Rest Assured, Night Owl, Simply Home, we were all working very collaboratively. Even though we were kind of competitors, we were all working very collaboratively to educate the system. And when I say the system, I'm talking about state regulatory entities, local government entities, the provider community, the advocacy community, the service coordination community. There was a lot of education that had to occur, because when people first heard of the service, their first instinct was not always the most positive. Once we started talking about some of the safeguards that we were building into these systems, the way that we were providing the service, the way that the individuals were really driving choice, that's when that was the kind of education, I guess, that was occurring at that point. In 2009 is when the state of Ohio was first approached about the inclusion of remote supports in their waiver program. And I'll kind of, Ohio is an example that I've got kind of weaved into the presentation today. So there is a reason that I'm sharing that with you, but just kind of tuck that in the back of your mind. 2009 is when Ohio was first introduced to the concept of remote supports. Also in that year is the first year, when you kind of look up that year in tech, it was the first year that there were more devices connected to the internet than there were humans. So the Internet of Things kind of became a thing back then. 2011, 2 years after 2009, obviously, is when Ohio did finally include remote supports in their waiver program. So the reason I mention that again is that there was a 2-year period between 2009 and 2011 that the state of Ohio, just like any other state out there, or any other funding source, has to really go out and investigate this and talk to their constituents and see how other people are regulating it and explore how to fit this service into their current service delivery model. How do we fund it? What levels do we fund it at? How do we regulate it? So that process took 2 years, and that is an important thing to know. So if you're a state out there looking at this, we will be talking about some of the kind of the steps that states should be looking at as they're looking at this service as well today. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware that this is not a quick process, because it needs to be thought through very well and worked on. You can see up there, also during that time, once Ohio did start doing it, the guy that just stood up and walked his name is Jared Hunt. He is the CEO of WinRead. They are a local provider community there in Ohio, and when remote supports weren't available waiver service, they wanted to start providing that. So Jared and his team created a remote support platform and integrated that as a new service that their agency was able to offer, both to the people that they serve as well as to other individuals that live in the state of Ohio through the waiver program. 2011 is also when GPS was first introduced in phones, just to kind of show you how remote supports is evolving as tech as we know it today. Kind of commercially available tech has evolved as well. 2014, 2015, you can kind of see on the right-hand side of the screen here, we have more and more remote support vendors entering the market. We had another one pop up called Together Tech. They're based out of the state of Missouri. That's providing remote supports. And I think that they're primarily focused in the state of Missouri still today. They may be looking to kind of expand, but we're starting to see more and more states fund the service. So if you look in the upper left-hand side, you can see how remote supports has kind of spread from Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia started funding it, Missouri did. Kansas had incorporated it into their daily rate. Minnesota and Wisconsin were funding it. I don't believe it was through a waiver at that point, but they were funding the service. And Montana was funding it through a waiver program. And I'm going to come back and talk about Kentucky here in just a second. So 2016, I think, it really felt like the tipping point in the service. And I don't have any real data to validate that 2016 was the tipping point because of this data point and that data point. It was just when the conversation changed as somebody that experienced it on a day-to-day basis. And you can see what's happened to the map. More and more states are funding this. We have many more remote support vendors available for people to choose from. We have Creatabilities, which is on today, based out of Indiana, that was providing the service. A company called Med4All out of Ohio, Safe and Home out of California, who will also be joining us today as a presenter. Home Smart Assistant, based out of Texas, and then Total Home Care Solutions was also in. Nick, correct me if I've got your date wrong here, but I think it was around 2016 that Total Home Care Solutions, again, another waiver service provider that started providing remote supports in addition to the more traditional services that they were providing. So you can see that there's funding. There's more and more service providers available in the marketplace. And really, as I said, the conversation kind of changed at that point. It was no longer these vendors going out and, I hate to say it this way, but kind of begging or trying to convince people to use the service. Enough people had used the service across the United States, and people were hearing the success stories from their colleagues or from someone that was actually receiving the service, and those success stories were really influencing people's local bubble of influence, and the conversation just changed. It was, hey, we should be looking at remote supports instead of giving all the reasons that they didn't want to do remote supports, I guess. One of the things that really helped with that conversation change was some kind of strategic initiatives around the country. One of those being ARM, which is the Minnesota Provider Trade Association. They were hearing the same stories, seeing the successes, especially from Syngistics up there in Minnesota, who was a member of ARM, and realized that as a trade association, they needed to do something to make the information and education available to their members, as well as to the disability community in the state of Minnesota. So they did form a technology resource center, which was an educational platform that was sharing success stories, sharing assessment tools, sharing documents and regulatory policy, and really trying to make it easy for people to go in and learn about this new and valuable service. Same thing happened at the University of Ohio State. I should say the Ohio State University. The Nysonger Center there and DODD started a tech initiative where they were basically doing the same thing. They set up a website where they were sharing information and success stories and the know-how to do remote supports. And there were a few other things that I'm gonna get to here in just a second. Tennessee in 2017 launched an initiative where they had some dollars, and Tennessee took took a very thoughtful approach on how they incorporated technology into their waiver program. They did not go full steam ahead and we're just going to amend the waiver, and if we build it, they will come type of an approach. They realized that prior to doing all of that work and amending a waiver, that there was a lot of upfront education and training and knowledge dissemination that needed to occur within the disability community before those changes were made in a funding structure. And we'll kind of get into a little bit more of exactly how Tennessee did that. But they're a good example. If you're someone from a state, I would really recommend looking at Tennessee's model as well as some other states. So 2018, here's kind of the map. You can see the map has really kind of come alive. Green states are funding it through Medicaid waiver programs. The states with yellow are funding it through a waiver program, but there were issues, or it wasn't being utilized in that state to the full capacity. Kentucky being one example that I really like to talk through. They did include it in a waiver program, but the way that they structured it, the funding, there was a huge financial disincentive for the utilization of the technology. And I'll talk a little bit more detail about that in a minute. But the way that states fund this and the way that they regulate this is very important. And we're going to talk about how that needs to happen and occur and make it kind of a win-win-win for all people involved. A win first for the individual, a win for the service provider organizations, and a win for the system. New Mexico is in red. New Mexico is a state that actually did go through the process of amending a waiver, funding it through the waiver program, regulating it, and no one utilized it. And at the next waiver amendment, it was removed. So it was kind of a good example of that. If you can't just start funding this in your waiver program and expect that everybody's going to use it, because it's a new thing, and we need to do education and a lot of things, other things need to occur before utilization will actually happen. So here's the picture in 2019. And again, you guys are going to get a copy of this. So you don't need to be furiously writing down the names of these vendors. There are, that I'm aware of, 16 different vendors across the United States that are providing remote supports in one form or another right now. And you can see the list of the vendors here, just to kind of give you a sense on where some of these are coming from. We have Missouri on the top here. Winreef's out of Ohio, THS is out of Ohio, Electronic Caregiver, I believe, is out of Arizona, Creatabilities is out of Indianapolis, Rest Assured is out of Lafayette, Indiana, Syngistics is out of Minnesota, Hero is out of Missouri, Good Life is out of Kansas, Night Owl is out of Wisconsin, Med4All is out of Ohio, Simply Home out of North Carolina, and Safe at Home is based in California. So you have a lot of choices now on remote support vendors. No matter where you live in the United States, there is a remote support vendor that is able to provide services to you if you have the funding and the regulatory environment to support it. And we'll talk a lot more about that. So anybody that is looking at remote supports or any disability system that is utilizing remote supports is going to follow what this technology adoption curve. And the technology adoption curve is not a concept that I've come up with. It is a pretty well-known thing that any new technology, whether that's a new phone that comes out, a new Internet of Things device, a new whatever it is, any new piece of technology is going to follow this standard technology adoption curve. So on the bottom of the graph here, we have time. So we're starting at the implementation of that new piece of technology, and time is on the left-hand side here. And then after all of the people that have adopted technology, go through the time, the future is on the right-hand side here. And then the adoption rate of that tech is represented by this kind of bell-shaped curve here. So as people first start to adopt the technology, we have the people that are called the innovators. These are the first people that utilize it. They're the ones that go out there and just say, yeah, that looks great, I'm gonna do it. They don't need anybody else to have done it first. They're the first people to adopt the service. So they represent a pretty small portion of the people that are going to adopt the service. And then you have the early adopters, the people that are following just after that. And then the majority of people are adopting technology here in the early majority or the late majority phase. And then obviously you will have some people that are just kind of taking their time and adopting later than most people, and those would be the laggards. But any new piece of technology, including remote supports, is going to follow this adoption curve. So we're not going to start funding this service and making it available in a waiver system or anywhere, and then all of a sudden, magically, everybody starts using it. People, culturally, will go through this adoption curve. And I do actually have some data. The red lines that you can see on the graph here are actual utilization numbers that came out of the state of Ohio. And as you can see, represented on this graph here, it is pretty much following that standard adoption curve. Let me kind of zoom in here a little bit. So 2011 is when they first started funding the service. Obviously, 0 people were using it at that point. 2009 is, if you remember back for some other slides, is when they were first approached. We had that 2-year period where they were setting up reimbursement and structure and that kind of thing. But 0 people using it in 2011. 2013 went up to 53, 14 is 95, and I have 500 plus here. I think the number was approaching right around 600 now in late 2019. Talking with some of these remote support vendors, they are unable, some of the remote support vendors on here are challenged to keep up with the adoption of remote supports in the state of Ohio right now. That's how fast it is occurring in the state of Ohio now, because as you can see, based on these lines, we are now, Ohio is not even, I would say just maybe barely entering the early majority phase, meaning that the only adoption that has occurred during these almost 600 plus users of remote support in Ohio now have been the innovators and the early adopters. And we as a system need to be prepared for this. I don't think that we have the capabilities or the infrastructure to be able to support this many people. And as a system, we need to be aware of this adoption curve because it is coming and we will get there. I'm sure the market will adjust, the vendors will adjust to be able to deal with it, but I get the main purpose of this slide was just to show you that even if you feel like you have not done remote supports yet, just because you are on this training today, you are one of basically an early adopter. That's how early we are, even though the service has been around since 2002, if you remember back earlier. Since 17 years, the service has been around and we still haven't exited the early adopter phase and into the majority phase yet. So we're still at the very beginning. I just see maybe a chat question come in. And I will get to that in just 1 second. So hang tight and I will answer that. So I want to kind of overlay, the data there is pretty evident on how the utilization is going to increase, right? But that's just one piece of it. What is the perception? How is the perception of the service changed? And, I was trying to, come up with some wording that was very professional and scientific and, data driven, but, the emotional part of it is a big thing with this service. So these next few slides are more of an emotional journey that the service has gone through. 2009, it was kind of more of, you want to do what? That was kind of the reaction and the response from people. Like, I can't believe this. This is crazy. This is never going to happen. No way somebody would want this. This is, that was the impression. Moving forward a little bit to 2013, the perception kind of changed to, well, okay, maybe, but let's talk about this a little bit more, right? We're not ready to jump into this, but we'll listen. We'll talk about it. That was kind of the change that occurred between 2009 and 13. 2016 was the tipping point, if you remember, right? Where that conversation kind of changed. 2019 now, and this is actually a quote from the Nysonger study on remote supports, which you will have a link to that when I send you the guide after today. The quote that's really stood out to me is that this is like having my own personal bodyguard. And there are many other quotes that pull on the heartstrings a lot more than that, but perception has changed. The data is there. The individuals themselves that are receiving this service are talking about the benefits. They're excited about it. They're excited about what it's doing in their lives. And the perception has changed. So it is a great time to be looking at remote supports. I kind of wanted to go through a little bit of, I'm not sure how we're doing on time here, and I want to make sure that we kind of stay on time. So I'm gonna pause. I was gonna go through the national tech landscape, talking about where specific states are at. We may be able to come back to that. And then I also wanted to talk about kind of what is needed for a tech first approach and kind of some strategies around that, maybe the future of tech. But I want to kind of pause. I'm going to push pause here for just a second, and we'll probably transition over to the actually inviting our other presenters on to talk. But I did feel that it was important to kind of run through that history of remote supports, just so you can kind of see how this has evolved, because you can't know where you're trying to go unless you know where we've come from as an industry. And I think a lot of the things that we've dealt with in the past as vendors and other professionals in the field is important for you to know. So I hope that was helpful. We did have a question come in that says, how does being an employment first state affect funding for remote supports? as opposed to being a part of a Medicaid waiver. Other presenters that anybody is from an employment first state. Anybody else on here have any thoughts on that? I'm not sure if I'm understanding exactly what you're asking there. Because remote supports today are typically funded as a residential component almost. Remote supports are not necessarily being funded through more employment type service definitions or community inclusion type service definitions. Most of the funding for remote supports does have a very residential component, and because remote supports as they're provided today are designed to support somebody in the home. So, okay, I'm gonna get out of here and share a different screen with you. Other presenters, Jared, Nick, Chris, Drew, if you guys wanna go ahead and come off mute, I'm gonna open up the other part of the presentation now. Let me jump over to the Q&A here real quick and see if you have any other questions coming in, and we don't yet. So, okay, now what I wanted to do is, this is gonna be more of a conversation between myself and the other remote support vendors. I will, as we talked about, I will kind of lead the conversation, but really relying on all of you to kind of share your expertise. And you can see now, you can see Drew from, if you want to start maybe with introductions. Drew, I see you're on mute. If you want to come off mute and kind of introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Drew Ray with Simply Home in Asheville, North Carolina. We started providing remote monitoring and independence supports back in 2004, just as a provider, and moved into actually more nationwide independence supports in 2010.
Great. And Chris Patterson with Night Owl.
Sure. Chris Patterson, Night Owl Support Systems out of Madison, Wisconsin. We were part of the original 2002 with Sound Response. Started Night Owl in 2007. And we have supported both programs since 2016. We've been away from the university since then.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Carrie?
Hi, I'm Carrie Pinger with Creatability. We are based out of Indianapolis, Indiana. We've been around since the early 2000s. Our mission is to help people with IDDs live more independently and flourish beyond their current capabilities. And we provide both remote monitoring and assistive technologies to support that. Our other goal is to help the client's circle of care really be able to monitor. We use a non-intrusive, respectful, non-video approach to remote monitoring. That's it.
Great. Nick?
Hey everybody, I'm Nick Alexander with THS Remote Supports. We started as a residential provider. We still do that here in Ohio. And in 2015, I was looking at your slides, Dustin. We actually looked that up yesterday. But 2015, we started our remote supports program with some of our own individuals, and we've been going strong ever since.
Great. Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, I am Jared Hunt with Winreath here in Ohio. Similar story, we've been a provider agency since 1994. And when this was something that started to be talked about here in Ohio in 2011, we immediately jumped on board. The idea with what we were doing was we wanted to do nothing different. We wanted to just continue to provide the same direct support services, but using technology to connect the folks that we're serving to the people that are providing the services. We've done that, moved through to continue to provide assistive tech in Ohio also, and here we are.
Great, thank you. And we have our other presenter, Jeff from Syngistics.
Hi, I'm Jeff Fecky with Syngistics. We obviously, we were discussed earlier in the presentation, but we've been providing remote support. I believe we're in 17 states now. do remote video monitoring, as well as, of course, sensors and pretty much anything else that's out and available right now.
Great. All right, so you can see that I was excited that all of you guys could join us, because I did really want this to be, as we've talked about, I want this to be now more of a conversation between us. We will use this guide that I've put together to kind of talk through the various components that everybody should be aware of related to remote supports, but really want this to be a conversation between all of us, us that have done this service. Again, as we're moving through this and having this conversation, you guys can just kind of jump in and take turns chiming in whenever you want to. For those of you that are attending, I will kind of start to step back now and let these guys really kind of drive a lot of the conversation. And I will be keeping an eye on the Q&A. So if you have questions, please throw them in the Q&A. And it's just an easier way for me to keep track of them than the chat, but I'll be keeping an eye on both of those. So the document that we're running through right now is the document that I will be sending to all of you, so that you can have this to go back and reference, as well as the video and a recording from today's session. So this is going to be broken out into really 4 different sections. The first is, I just call it Section X, because it's mostly just an introductory thing. And I really like this quote. This was from the CEO of a service provider in Northern Indiana. And I mean, I think I'll just let you kind of read it there, but this was him after many years of exploring this service and struggling with a lot of challenges within the agency and keeping staff and supporting the people that they serve and reaching their goals. And his statement just kind of shook me one day when he said, "Dustin, this really just kind of fundamentally changed our agency and the way that we approach supporting people that we serve, and might have he actually made a comment that this service might have saved our agency." He was kind of a smaller agency in a pretty rural area that was really struggling to keep staff and provide supports that they were serving needed. And it really drove home that what we were doing in remote supports is a great thing. So this is, again, a guide that you guys will get. This is designed to give you everything that you need and just basically to be a crash course. Even if you feel like you might be a little bit behind the curve and have maybe never done remote supports before, today, hopefully we can get you the information to feel a little bit more confident to go out and do it. Or if you're somebody that has done remote supports maybe once or twice, we can give you some tools to really dive a little bit deeper. So this really is going to be designed to talk to provider agencies. So if you're a service provider organization, whether if you're a manager, service coordinator type role, if you're a family, a self-advocate. I don't have state entities listed in here, but there will be a lot of really good information for you guys as well. So we're going to go through the 4 different sections. The first one is we're going to talk about learning and how to really, dive into this, and some points that you need to be thinking about, ways to go learn outside of this. Then we're going to talk about how to actually sit down and prepare goals. And when I say prepare goals, I'm talking about preparing goals for the individuals that we're serving first, preparing goals as a state, maybe preparing goals as an organization, on how we're going to be doing this. Then we're going to talk about implementation. So once we've set some goals, we've learned about it, we've set some goals, then we're going to talk about some implementation strategies, and then we're going to look at ongoing evaluation and support of the service. So that's kind of the 4 different sections we're going to move through. And I'm going to skip through these first few slides here, but I do want to talk about one person that was kind of like the perfect example, I think, of remote supports. And this is someone that I had served in a different role in a previous position. I'm obviously changing names and situations and states here, but to kind of give Rosie's situation, Rosie was, she was living with 2 or 3 roommates in a Medicaid waiver funded supported living home. So she had 2 or 3 roommates. They had staff 24 hours a day. And her mom, Gail, was very involved in her life. She experienced a lot of anxiety which was leading to self-injurious behaviors. A lot of the interactions between her and her roommates were not the greatest. And Rosie's big goal was that she really wanted to be able to move out into her own house. She didn't want to have roommates, but her waiver allocation was not adequate enough for her to move out. She could, personally afford to go get her own place and, live and support herself. But her waiver funding was just not sufficient enough to actually pay for her to have the 24-hour supports that both her and her mom felt like she needed to have to be able to do that. So she was kind of felt stuck in a situation where I either have to continue to live in this situation that I don't want to live with people that I would prefer not to live with, or I can go move out by myself, but then I'm not going to have the supports that I need. Mom in this situation was really considering this because the situation that Rosie was in was just not working for Rosie, and mom really wanted to help Rosie, with her goal of having her own house. So mom was actually considering quitting her job to become the primary caregiver, and only using waiver funds as kind of a respite for her, right? So mom was going to move out of her house, basically go kind of quote unquote live with her daughter, not really, but it was going to uproot the entire family life for Rosie to be able to go out and do this. So she went out, I guess here you can kind of see Rosie's goal. She wanted to live in her own home. She wanted to feel safe and reduce anxiety levels. There was some anxiety with Rosie when you talked about going out and living on her own. She was a little scared, because she'd always had either mom or a staff person with her all the time. So there was some anxiety. There was an underlying mental health issue causing a lot of the anxiety, but it just got worse the more that Rosie thought about actually having to go out and live on her own. So she wanted to be able to continue that 24-hour support. So the process that the family went through, it was they actually discovered and heard about remote supports through their state's DD division. It was a state where remote supports was funded, but there were, I believe, 1 or 2 people in this state using the service. So it wasn't like it was something that, service coordinators, case managers, the provider community was talking about as an option for people. So it was the mom having to go out and talk to the state DD division and say, what options are out there for my daughter? And the mom actually discovered the funding herself because there was just zero talk about remote supports in that setting. So then mom went out and started talking to vendors. She did the research herself and went out and found the vendors, a lot of whom I'm sure are on here today. And she went out and started talking to them and did the evaluations herself and with Rosie. And they ended up finding a remote support provider that they thought was going to work for Rosie. The waiver would actually pay for it. The way that the waiver was set up in this state, remote support services were actually funded at a lower rate than were traditional staff support services. So Rosie was able to get more hours of support within the same allocation. And with the use of remote supports, they were able to put together a plan on how she was going to be able to continue to get that 24-hour support that she needed, and move out into her own home and be able to live without those roommates. So that was kind of the way that remote supports was used. So it was implemented, it worked. I don't want to say that it was not without hiccups, and we're going to talk a lot about that today as we move through this. It was first implemented. There were modifications that had to occur, changes in how the remote caregivers were interacting with Rosie. But over a period of time, that service really got dialed in and Rosie kind of settled into it. There was some anxiety because Rosie was not, used to being physically alone. She did eventually learn how to interact with and understood that remote caregiver was there, even though they weren't physically there. But there was kind of a learning period and an adjustment period that Rosie went through. And the mom is credited with saying that it really did change. She was going to quit her job. She was seeing her daughter in a situation that she didn't like, and remote supports was really the only way that was going to happen for her daughter. So it's a great example of a lot of the different benefits of remote supports, from the individual's perspective from how it can stretch funding dollars to how it can really fundamentally change somebody's life. And that should be the primary purpose. And as we move through today's presentation, that is something that we will be focusing on. First and foremost are the needs of the individual. I'm going to stop sharing here real quick, and we're going to kind of move on to the next part of the presentation, which is section 1, which is the learn section. So this is where I really want you guys, remote support vendors, to kind of chime in here and share your thoughts. But to kind of kick it off, when we're talking about remote supports, I really hope that all of you on here understand that this is really not about technology. That when we're talking remote supports, we are talking a human to a human service. It is a caregiver providing support, a person, caregiver providing support to a person that needs it. Yes, there's technology involved, but we should, as professionals in this field, don't have to be worried about the tech. We really just need to be focused on the individual and what are their goals and what are the desired outcomes that they're trying to achieve. So what are some of the outcomes? I'm going to stop. I'm going to push pause here. I need to get you guys, other remote support vendors, engaged here. What are some of the things, the benefits of remote supports that you're seeing for the person served, the agency, and the team? And anybody can jump in.
I think the first thing and the most important thing we see is the way it supports independence. You have, just thinking of one individual we have who really, he did not enjoy having 24-hour, staff support. He wanted to be able to feel like he was on his own, like he was managing to do, having a life just like anybody else. And while, in this case, we have cameras in his home, and that sounds intrusive, but in a lot of ways, it's less intrusive than having somebody sitting on the couch, 24 hours a day, hanging out at your house. He can forget about the cameras. You can't forget about the guy on the couch. And so for him, he's really been able to have, as close to a normal life as possible. And it's really, he's really felt, the benefit of that. And we've seen the benefit of that over the years we've supported him. And that's not uncommon, and that I think is one of the best parts about, providing remote support, is being able to see people who previously would have had staff 24/7 supporting them, being able to live, a life just like anybody else.
Yep, good point.
One of the things that we have found exceedingly helpful is building independence with the use of prompts and the environment for the individual. So not only do they have access to support at times where they may need support, but we can take their desires, the goals that they've set for themselves, and use prompts within the system of supports in their home to go throughout their day and notify remote caregivers should there be an emergency or a need for assistance. So the ability to start building a level of independence and then for that support to grow, we've seen tremendous success with individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was actually one of the notes that I had made here for myself about the empowerment that happens, not just specifically to the desired outcome for implementation of remote supports, but once that individual experiences that empowerment, that one particular aspect of their life that remote supports is able to give them. Have you guys seen individuals go out and kind of advocate and take leaps in other areas of their life?
Oh, absolutely, within their work life and their social life, being able to call for an Uber and get to a social event without having to depend on staff. The opportunities to grow a lot of those skills by using prompts and support.
The one thing that I would have to say is that remote support, it's important to realize, is not all or nothing. So many times people believe that starting to provide remote support services is completely replacing all of the direct support staff in their homes, and that's not the case. So we've been able over the years to be able to just to slowly introduce us in a nice controlled fashion that the individual we're serving as well as their support team are comfortable with that. And as they get comfortable with maybe just an hour of support at a downtime, that window increases more and more. And that's where we do see the folks really changing and flourishing as people. I think that we have to get over that barrier. And I think that we have, for the most part, of people believing that this is Big Brother spying on everybody, or that this is people being replaced by machines. Nothing is further from the truth. And by slowly implementing these services, folks realize that we are simply using people, and we're using some technologies to connect everybody together. The most important thing is that I believe the technology that we as an industry are using is even more boring than all of my dad jokes. This is not a home that's looking like the Star Trek Enterprise. It's integrated into their homes so that there's always someone there when you need them. And you have increased periods and places of privacy because it's not that person just sitting on your couch that cannot be turned off. We're seeing the success carry over in other places of life because these support professionals that they're meeting are helping them build those skills. It's been very amazing to see what's been happening.
So, Dustin, this is Chris. I just want to add a few things what Jared was talking about as far as the approach. I think that's extremely important on how you approach the use of remote supports, the people that we're supporting, and the questions you're asking and how they're being phrased. We've had certain circumstances where, if you say, do you not want to have staff overnight? That person with the disability might think that they are going to lose all their staff. So just to really explaining it, like Jared said, taking it slow. I actually we just received a Christmas card at the office here of somebody that we haven't supported for 4 years. And his mother and himself wrote in the card and said, dear Night Owl, I'll change his name, but he said, John is still so lucky to be thriving at his apartment. You set him up so well for success. Thank you. Best wishes. And that's somebody we haven't supported for 4 years because he no longer needs our support. And when we started with him, he actually lived in a corporate group home with 5 other people, moved to his own apartment. The family was so concerned and worried, so we took it really slow. Family actually slept outside in the hall, in the lobby of the apartment for the first week or 2 that we supported this individual. And now he's thrived so much that he doesn't need us. He's using some other technology for his transportation, and he's really, really doing well. And we have a lot of those stories, but I think also a lot of people that we support, they might not have an increase of independence or better life, but if we can maintain it in today's system and help providers with the caregiver shortages and all of that, then we're doing a really good thing as long as somebody's life doesn't get worse. And I think it's starting with the right approach is a really good way to do it.
So what about anybody out there, any of you guys have any ways that you've seen, obviously we have to keep the person first and foremost. This service does not work if we are focused on any other entity. We have to keep the person's needs first and foremost, but service provider organizations out there are also benefiting from this service kind of indirectly, right? How are some of the ways that you guys have seen that?
Dustin, here in Ohio, I would say, maybe it's the same way across the nation, but we are operating in an unsustainable business model where the direct support professionals in many circumstances are costing more to employ than we're actually being reimbursed. the service that we're providing to the individual is absolutely always the most important thing that we do. Yet we do also recognize the value of providing the service in conjunction with the agencies that we work with, because you know, this is helping them out where they in times don't have enough direct support staff. So they're seeing that in addition to already not being paid enough, now they're having to pay overtime for these direct support professionals that are being overworked. That lack of direct support professionals trickles down to other individuals not being served. If you look at the number of times that a county board will send out an RFI and have to send it out again and again because providers just don't have the direct support staff to be able to take on the new individual, we see that using remote support alleviates the staffing burden to an extent and opens the door for other individuals to be served as well, while we're also providing a service at a fraction of the cost of normal direct support services. In many circumstances, we as a remote support vendor are charging less to the provider than what they're able to bill the waiver. So that creates an additional funding stream for them that, you know, they can use to support other programs.
Yeah, good point.
Dustin, if funding allows, like Jared said, if remote supports is a little cheaper, I encourage providers to kind of redefine that position of whether it be a float staff or responder or what you want to term it is one thing, but to, you know, because sometimes one staff is maybe responding to 4 or 5 different locations. And I encourage providers, if funding allows with the state that you're in, to redefine the position and give that person an increased wage, which helps the caregivers. And obviously also helps the provider not having to supply a staff for, you know, all of the night shifts or whatever it may be, because you're able to use technology in conjunction with a responder.
Dustin, one of the things that we are encouraging providers to do is to include natural supports in that model, so that you are not just using paid staff at all times. You're using friends, neighbors, others that are already involved in an individual's life to help provide supports where appropriate.
And Drew, are you talking about the backup person or actually doing some of the remote support themselves as well?
Some of the responding. So if you have an individual who may have left a stove on, do you have to have a paid support person to respond to that? Or is the next door neighbor someone that may have access to the individual and to the individual's home and can assist with that?
Yeah. What about in other areas for other roles? You know, again, I'm going to say this about 1,000 times today. We have to keep the person's needs first and foremost. But what about other members of the team, like service coordinators or behavior consultants, state entities, other members like that? How are you guys seeing remote supports providing information or benefiting those other folks?
Well, at one of the do is work with a group home provider in our area that manages a campus, where at night they've got a couple float staff covering multiple locations, and we're able to provide data on when, you know, whether required cares are provided. So, you know, essentially using, you know, sensors to determine, you know, was staff in the room? Did they do what they were supposed to do at the time they were supposed to do it? You know, so management can react to, you know, it obviously if cares are not being done, make sure that they're coaching or finding staff that will provide that care when it's supposed to, but also, you know, from the standpoint of the provider, you know, they're able to say, you know, go back and say, if staff is doing what they're supposed to do, they can defend, you know, staff if there's
All right. If you guys can hear me, I, for some reason, have lost you. And it looks like somebody else has lost audio too. Can anybody hear me?
I still have you, Dustin.
I do too.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Bring it back. So sorry about that. Everybody else was having some audio issues too. So, all right, I'm going to kind of move on here. I wanted for us to kind of go through what is remote supports and what it is not, because I think that is kind of, we need to start kind of at that level with some kind of baseline information. So we've kind of been alluding to this model, and you guys can jump in if whenever you want to. But we've been kind of alluding to this overall model where you have the individual living in their home with an array of devices, and we're going to talk about the devices and specific types of devices in the next couple of slides. But that individual is obviously linked in their home to a remote caregiver that is employed by one of these vendors or someone that is providing remote supports to that individual through the technology in their home. And then with the ability to, whenever that individual needs some hands-on assistance, they can quickly get that backup person out to the home and place a call to that backup person, a local person who can get out to the home. And I think, Drew, that you were kind of alluding to that, right? Where that person does not necessarily have to be a staff person, an agent, a natural mom.
Correct.
So I think the next slide here, we do get into a little bit of kind of some of the tech that is being used. So in the person's home, and you guys please jump in here if I'm missing anything new that you might have, or something else that you have. A big piece of remote supports are cameras, which let that remote caregiver see into the home. And we did have a question come in earlier about Rosie. So I'll kind of answer the Rosie about when I was talking about that example earlier of Rosie who has had the anxiety issues, anxiety related to being alone in her home, how did the remote caregiver actually assist her with managing that anxiety and putting her mind at ease? So one of the ways was with cameras. Another key piece of most remote support systems are two-way audio video communication. So in that Rosie example, Rosie would actually, indicate to her caregiver either by pressing a button or triggering some sensor to alert that remote caregiver that she was feeling anxious. The remote caregiver would then come on, just like we're doing today on this, through a two-way video chat, and that remote caregiver had access to Rosie's information and the de-escalation strategies that worked best for Rosie, and they knew how to implement those. So it was, interaction with Rosie. One, Rosie just getting to know that somebody was there if she needed to talk, that she could get somebody, and that person then could come on and implement personalized intervention strategies to help her with the anxiety. The cameras were also used for Rosie. That she was had somebody kind of walk through her front door. It was a staff person that had a schedule wrong, thank goodness. But the staff person walked through the front door at like 11 o'clock at night and showed up in her house, and the remote caregiver saw that before Rosie even did. So those kinds of situations, the cameras would allow that remote caregiver to see into the home, to see certain things that Rosie knew that they kind of had eyes on and were watching the common areas of her home. A variety of different sensors. Why don't you guys talk about some of the sensors that you have in your system, which I'm sure are going to mirror what I have here on the slides, but just kind of talk through some of those sensors and how you use them.
I could say something about the sensors. Just what you're seeing there. That's a lot of what really goes on, and it's customizable to what the person needs. So we'll sit down with the team and the individual, and we'll start talking about what their needs are and how remote supports could best serve them. And like a lot of people have said already, cameras are always optional, but there's usually a two-way audio/video device that must be in there. In Ohio, that's part of the rule. Doors and windows, we always, that's one of the main things that we usually are concerned about is doors opening, windows opening, and during the hours that somebody should be inside, and those things shouldn't be opening and closing. Smoke and CO detectors are always a nice safety feature that, you know, is put in there so that our monitors know if something's going on and can assist with that as well. Occupancy sensors, those are put a lot of times on beds and chairs so that, or wherever the individual likes to spend time, so that we can monitor for falls and for, you know, activity in the evening if they're, you know, having, if their patterns change, for example, overnight, and they've all of a sudden started, you know, being out of the bed a lot more. So we can kind of be aware of that and make sure the team is aware as well. Water flow sensors and call buttons, those things, they're great little additions. Call buttons we use quite a bit because for us, those can be put everywhere. They're cheap and they can just be put all over the place so that if there's ever a need for something, the individual can quickly hit one of those, and their monitor, their remote caregiver will be on the line quickly so that they can talk to them and help them through anything that they might be concerned with. There's a lot more things that have been adding on here, especially with the advent of Amazon and Google and all these things with doorbells and in-home assistance and lighting, and there's just so many things that can be incorporated, all in the effort to make an individual's life more accessible while they're at home. But that, I think that's about all I had for that one.
You know, I would have to say it's probably going to be about the same thing for many of us, where there is an unimaginable amount of technology that we can use, or different types of sensors that we can put in someone's home. The biggest thing is, obviously, we need to know that the individual is in their home during periods of monitoring. So some sensors will be put in place for that. But other than that, what we really look at is to figure out why it is that the person presently has supervision, and then we try to determine what do we need to do to replace that direct support staff in their home with some technology, so we can link them up with one of the monitoring specialists. It could be anything, you know, but I think it's important that the support team members know you don't have to come to the table with this list of widgets and doodads that you want to have for the individual, but just to know why do they presently have supervision, and we'll figure out what all we need in order to make that happen.
I actually thought of one more thing I wanted to throw out there when we're kind of talking about this with which, you know, and maybe now's the time, maybe it's not, but one of the things that's kind of nice is the reminders and the wellness checks that can be done for the individual. You know, a lot of times family or team will say, well, you know, why don't we do a couple pop-ins and check on the individual throughout the time that they're being monitored. Or reminders to do certain things, or help make sure certain things were done. So that's one of the things that a lot of people don't really recognize or think about, is that, you know, the monitors can be directed at specific times or specific and regular intervals to do things to check on the individual, and it's all automated. And for us, it's all done via a protocol, so that the monitor is told exactly what to do and make sure that they do the same things every single time.
Yeah. So you'll notice that as I've built this, and I think one of you kind of hit on this, is that there are just so many different types of devices out there, but I only took a little chunk of this training devoted to the actual tech, because as they said, you know, we need to just be focused on the needs of the person. You don't have to come to the team meeting with a list of, I need this sensor and this sensor and this sensor for Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just talk about Mary's needs, and then allow these guys to do their thing and back into the tech that would be appropriate. Obviously, the individual needs to kind of sign off on what tech goes into their home, and you guys all do that, right? I mean,
oh yeah,
yeah, they're all shaking their head.
Absolutely.
Yep. So remote supports beyond the tech can be done by professional remote caregivers, which we're hearing from a lot of them today, that run companies that have a support center full of employees that are providing support. one of the questions that came in was, what type of training do your remote caregivers go through? Do they have to read the plans of the individuals that they're serving? And, you know, what training similar to a DSP? What kind of trainings do you guys go through or put your your caregivers through?
Well,
Our monitors,
go ahead.
sorry, our monitors go through the exact trainings and have all the same licensures that our DSPs have. And yes, they have the ISPs, and those are kept updated. And every time an update or change is made, that goes out to all of our monitors, and they have to sign off that they've read that and that they have done it. So yeah, basically for the monitors, same training as a DSP would have, but it's a lot of times it's a better situation because we can get a hold of them much easier, and we can make changes on the go, and we can, instead of having to have a DSP come in and work with their schedule, this is done almost immediately. So we think it's much more effective.
Yeah, and the other thing, that's nice with people in an office setting, we're able to, maintain a database as well. So if there's ever a case where, we have a responder working with a site, that they may not usually be working with, there is a reference guide right there that they have access to that's got the ISP, that's got, a short procedure list of things to watch for and things to be aware of so that they're able to respond quickly and effectively. And obviously, like anything else, the key is making sure that they understand the people that we're serving and what their needs are.
At Simply Home, we don't use a remote monitoring platform with remote monitors in a remote location. We do connect the individual with their own staff and with their own natural support. So we don't have a central monitoring station.
Yep, Drew, so perfect. Those were actually the second two bullet points that I had in here. So beyond remote supports can be done by these professionals, an organization that is providing the support, or you can use a platform like Simply Home where it's connecting to the individual's local service provider, organization, or natural support, right?
Correct.
Yep. But in all of these models, there needs to be somebody there that is able to physically respond. And most states do require that regulatory requirement. Who that person is needs to be determined by the team. And we're going to talk about some different models of how that's being done. But is there anything else that you guys wanted to add in here? Because this is really one of the only slides that we talk a whole lot about the actual physical technology. One thing that I wanted to add real quickly is, as we were talking about the training that these guys put their remote caregivers through, specific to kind of core competencies that a typical DSP in a specific state would have to go through. One of the things that I know that these guys struggle with is they're providing remote supports in multiple states. They're in a unique situation where their remote caregivers are actually DSPs in multiple states at one time. And their DSPs have to comply with, a lot of the times, those training standards for DSPs in every single one of those states, right?
Yep.
So if you can imagine the amount of time that you as an organization require your DSPs to go through those kind of core trainings, imagine having to do that across multiple states for your DSPs. That's what some of these folks are having to do. When I was involved in remote supports, I always felt like a sleazy salesman when I said it, but I really do feel like these remote caregivers are probably some of the most highly trained DSPs in the industry because of that multi-state requirements that they have to comply with. And another really crucial thing is, as Jeff was kind of talking to, is the service isn't going to work if that's the extent of their training. They have to know the needs of the person that they're serving. So there has to be that kind of remote care plan that they've been trained on, or remote care ISP, if you will, that they've been trained on, that they can have quick access to. Because, as you're serving one person in a home as a DSP, it's very easy to remember Mary's meds, right? She takes Cyprexa, Dilantin, and whatever else it is. But as a remote caregiver, can you imagine memorizing the meds for however many individuals you have on your screen? And we'll talk about that point here in just a minute. So remote supports is, and these are kind of some kind of just key things that I think differentiate remote supports from more traditional types of assistive technology. Remote supports are provided by a remote caregiver. Might sound kind of obvious after we've been talking about this for a while, but there are a lot of tech solutions out there that provide support to an individual in one way or another, but there's not that remote caregiver involved. Whomever that person is, those are probably not really remote supports. It can be done through a variety of different technologies, which we've talked about. We just hit on how critical it is that remote caregiver is actually trained in the person's plan. And thank you, Kirby, for asking that question. And the need for a local backup person. So it's kind of all four of those things. It is the remote caregiver using technologies that's been trained on the person's plan that can dispatch somebody local. So it's kind of all of those things that come together that really make remote support services work for the person. And if one of those things is missing, it's not going to work. Remote supports are not assistive technologies, as we just described. It involves a human being being involved. Traditional assistive tech is oftentimes just a piece of technology that the individual uses themselves to improve some functional capability. Another thing that remote supports is not are more of the traditional PERS type systems. And they can function that way, right? I mean, I'm sure that a lot of you guys have that kind of functionality built in, right? Where an individual can hit a button and get assistance when needed, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
Absolutely.
yeah, but traditional PERS systems are pretty limited, and that is the extent of what they do. And they're going back to a big differentiator, in my mind at least, is that traditional PERS services are going back to these big national call centers where they're serving tens of thousands of clients per remote caregiver. And that's air quotes for those of you that are just listening. Remote caregivers in quotes there. That doesn't know the needs of the person. They are truly reading off of a script. It's more of a medical response model, right? For seniors, help my phone and I can't get up. It's not remote supports. It's not individualized, customized, and has a lot more limitations. I think when people first hear of this service, they equate remote supports with the absence of a caregiver. Caregiver's gone, right? Because there's nobody in the home. No, that DSP is not there anymore. She's alone. There's no caregiver, but there is a caregiver involved. It's just a different form of support. And remote support should not be looked at as a substitution for human connections. I don't think any of us on here want to be the only form of support or the only relationship, especially the only relationship that an individual has. So remote supports is just one piece of the overall support that person should be receiving and should not be substituting any human connections. I was just kind of pausing there to see if anybody had anything to jump in. And I think we've kind of talked about this slide, but you guys will get this guide as we move through here. Remote supports is a human being supporting another human being in real time. It is not just technology logging activities that somebody looks at later to evaluate for trends, right? It is the ability, and maybe that is a component of some forms of remote supports. Are any of you guys doing that? Do you have solutions in addition to the caregiver responding in real time, which is kind of the definition of remote supports, right? The caregiver responding when they're needed. Do you guys have tools that are logging data? And what do some of those features look like in your systems?
We do log everything that goes on in an environment that's triggered by any of the devices. And then that data can be used to create reports. So if you want to look at what an individual is experiencing through the day, maybe you have had a change in medication and now that individual is up all hours of the night when that's not normally their routine. Gives you an idea that maybe the change in meds has a direct correlation to some of the activity. So by using some of the reporting tools, you can also look at what data is being gathered by the technology in the home, and then use that to assist your decision-making with the individual.
Dustin, we use that quite a bit, and a lot of times it's because we're really trying to make that person into, you know, as independent as they can. So just to address activity that, you know, might be a pattern, but it's really not a safety concern. So we get like a refrigerator is very common. So we don't want to restrict somebody from being in their fridge all night long, you know, unless there is restrictive measures in place. But if it, you know, but maybe they're on their own for the first time, mom wants to know how much they're going to get in the fridge, but we don't want to restrict it. There's no health or safety concerns. We might just log that data, you know, and that person can get up and get into the fridge, but then the team knows, you know, how much have they been in the fridge, or maybe we just log it and say, if somebody's in the fridge, you know, at certain hours or so many times a night, then we would interact with our staff and say, hey, what are you doing? You know, you having a snack, and just be friendly with them, and, you know, things like that. But we use that logging data quite a bit when teams want data, but there's not really a health or safety concern of the individual being in a certain part of a house or opening a certain door.
That is valuable, because then you're actually giving the team data as to, you know, the individual actually living in an environment where there's nobody else influencing the environment, right? And helping them with service planning around real pieces of data. So yeah, that is helpful. So another thing that remote supports is we've probably hit on this already, but I want to make sure we drive it home, is that it has to be individualized, right? I know that all of you guys, when you're going out, I guess one of you kind of talk about what does that look like when you go sit down with a team? How do you individualize the support as well as the technology to the individual's needs?
Dustin, this is Jared. For what we do, once we receive the request for remote supports, we send out one of our folks that will meet with the support team at the home. They sit down face to face and just talk about the needs. They talk about, you know, why it is that they have direct support staff right now, and kind of what the team's looking to get out of it. And they will, you know, they'll make sure that above all, they can kind of ease everybody's minds too. We're several years into it now, so folks are getting a better reality of what it really is versus just thinking that they're spying on them all the time. They're seeing what it truly is, so the job's getting easier. But it's just an opportunity to sit down and link folks up. You know, what do they need? If it's assistance with medication administration or supervision in various areas. And from there, we can talk about some potential solutions, but it ultimately ends in us putting it black and white into a summary that just lets everybody know the complete expectation that maybe we would have and what they can expect to see as a result. But, you know, there are a lot of times that people might ask for remote support, but as a result of that assessment, we find out that's not necessarily even the technology they need. Maybe they can use a lesser form of technology, some sort of an assistive tech. And that assessment was a great opportunity to find out that, oh, well, they just need a two-way video device, and we can do well checks, and we're on our way. So very crucial to have that opportunity just to sit down as a team and really talk about what it is that they're hoping to achieve.
That's interesting, Jared. So you may go in and, you know, the team is saying, hey, we want to do remote supports. And you go in and sit down and really start talking about the person's needs and realize that the desired outcome was something other than remote supports.
Yeah, you know, and you and I have both stressed it. We've all stressed it, that it is always, always, always about the individual first. This is something that we always want to start with the most simple, low-tech solution we possibly can. And we only increase the amount of technology that we use as the complexity of that situation requires. So again, if that's something that someone's heard about remote support, so they want it, but they actually find out through the assessment process that was a personal emergency response system, or those two-way video devices for well checks, or maybe it's just a monitored medication dispenser, we will prescribe that lowest type of technology possible, and take it from there. It doesn't mean that it can't grow into remote support if it's needed in the future, but let's keep it simple.
Yeah. Any other, what do you, anybody else do it a little differently than how Jared just described it, or is it you all pretty much do it the same thing?
I think Jared hit on some really great points, Dustin. We always individualize it. I always ask the question, how does that person get the support they need now with their staff? Do they yell out? Do they get up, at night and go get them? Are they able to? Is there a concern as soon as they get out of bed? So how does that person get that help? And then we look at what technology we can use to address that versus having a staff. And we've had both cases, as Jared explained, where we think, you don't really need this, and we give them another resource. Or we've had other cases where we felt like it's too much and it's not a safe situation for that person to be on remote supports, and we won't move forward. The tricky one we've been getting into is we started supporting some more people with dementia who have no staff, so there's no data, there's no really known ideas of what's going on for that person's support. So sometimes we will just kind of track information and for a couple of weeks at home, and then develop the protocol after the fact. So that's a little bit different on how we might do something in that situation.
Interesting.
Well, as we build on what an individual's supports are currently, and then work with them to define what their goals and priorities for independence are, so that we are really working with the individual on how they want to choose to live and how they want to receive their services. So our assessments are not in person, they are a telephone assessment. So that is one way that we differ in that we are not having a live conversation usually with the individuals.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, may I add something, Dustin?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to throw in the unicorns and rainbows here, but being in this industry for about a year now, it is so focused on the care of the individual, but and I think this is good for people to know that, when we go in to really get to know these people, and our clients and the people we serve, we're really good with working. I think as an industry, this is a very collaborative industry where in between trade shows and breaks, the vendors are talking to each other because there is no one out-of-a-box solution that's going to solve everybody's needs. But we work really well together with other vendors. Of course, we're competitive, but really, whatever it takes for the greater good of the person's care. I mean, we all work together for gaps, and I think that's really good. I just wanted to say that to your audience, that, it truly is focused on the care of the individual and them living their lives independently. And it's a good industry. It's a collaborative industry more so than any other industry.
As evidenced by all of you on here today together.
Right.
Yeah, good point. And I actually have enjoyed working with them. When I was involved in it, I enjoyed collaborating with all of them. So we actually had a question come in. What do you guys typically, what is the starting salary range for your remote caregivers? And is there a lot of demand for those positions?
Dustin, I'll jump in. This is Jared. We have certainly found some good demand. Like you've indicated, these are direct support professionals, and our DSPs typically work in all sorts of different houses, all sorts of different environments, with maybe even some wacky schedules where they're only working a couple hours at a time. Then they get the opportunity to work in our support center. And the neat thing about that is, here in Ohio and maybe other states, the remote support specialist is allowed to have no other duties but providing that support service. So it's our goal to keep them very happy, very comfortable. Instead of bouncing around and working in all of these different places, they have a perfectly well lit environment, whether they want it dim or bright. It is the exact temperature they want. They can sit or stand as they want. They have their refrigerator, their bathroom. They are just loving life. So we certainly have a great ability to be able to pamper them and keep them there and happy so they can serve our individuals well. And for us doing that, we start ours out at $12 an hour and then just work up from there through their longevity and different types of training that they're able to obtain.
Great, cool. All right.
I guess I could comment a little bit on this if
Yeah.
you all like.
Yeah, please.
We like to take the same approach. It sounds like that Jared does. We kind of like to take from our pool of DSPs whenever possible because, they've obviously proved themselves, and we always like to have some kind of way to move up in the company and all that good stuff. And but we do the same type of deal. We for our very best DSPs. We start out at about $15 an hour and trying to get them to about 17 in the course of a year. So if they, if they're good and they stick around and they're, they like what they're doing. And so it's a much, we pay a lot more for that because one of the reasons is because, I mean, it's a lot of work. They got to be on top of it. They got to be paying attention. They got to be very good with technology. We want these guys and gals to be, we want some longevity. And that's always one thing that we've always struggled with supported living or, providing in-home care is where you're kind of limited on what you can pay somebody. And we have a little bit more freedom here, and we can, pay people better for their skills. So that's kind of the long and the short of that is, it is a better paying job for us. And no, we have no problem finding people because like Jared said, it's a very comfortable environment. It's, so we don't have many complaints there either, but we really, really look for the very best we can find. We usually take that from our current pool of DSPs, and we want them to stay there as long as possible. So that's kind of our mentality.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's been kind of the model that we took years and years ago. Was we can basically handpick the best of the best DSPs, require that they have that in-home experience first. That's critical. Pay them a decent wage so they stick around. Because that's also critical. Turnover affects the monitoring center just like it affects DSPs and they're working in a home. So there was a question that came in around training for those DSPs in CPR and first aid. Are you guys doing that? Obviously, they're not going to be physically implementing CPR or first aid themselves, but are you guys doing that with your remote DSPs?
Dustin, we do. And really because our background is we provide the response piece locally, and we started doing that. We just never have stopped. So we actually just went through that last month.
Okay. And what's the caseload? I think I was going to talk about it later, but a question just came in. What is the caseload, the ratio, right, of remote caregivers to individuals served?
Oh boy, I tell you what, here at Winreath, I can say that since it was removed from rule, I have not calculated that. But I think that we were running about a 1-to-20 ratio. And it will depend on times of day. There are certainly some times that are busier than others. We always run multiple staff in the monitoring center to be able to meet those times of demand. And the other thing I can say is that the question of ratio really is very irrelevant. And the reason I say that is because You know, it's not like we are sitting there watching video images, and we personally are not watching any cameras unless something happens that triggers the camera. But we are running some pretty sophisticated signal processing software that handles a lot of that for us and will allow for us to respond to those particular running some pretty sophisticated signal processing.
And I'm going to stop my video here because I lost Jared's audio, and I'm wondering if my internet connection's bad. Looks like other people are not hearing him as well. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. I got you, Chris. Cool. All right. Let's keep going then. We did have a question come in. It looks like we're getting lots of questions around these remote caregivers. So we're going to kind of spend a little time here, I guess. Do any of you guys have a picture of your remote support center that you can quickly whip up and spin a camera around maybe? I know it's a little off the cuff, so if you don't, that's fine. If you do, great.
I'll try. I'm gonna try and do it, but we'll see.
All right, cool. Thanks, Nick. Okay, so yes, looks like the person from South Dakota that asked that, we're going to work on that. Okay, so there obviously we were kind of talking before we got off into the whole remote caregiver thing. We were talking about the features of the system. The features are going to vary, as you can probably hear just on here from these vendors. It's going to vary greatly to vendor to vendor, pretty greatly, and what they do, the types of devices that they use. It's going to kind of basically be the same, but lots of different devices. So one way that we at Disability Cocoon are trying to make it easier for people to go and find and learn about these things, and I'll start my video again, is through our tech huddles. So every single one of these guys have been on and done a tech huddle. And when I say guys, I'm meaning the company. Every single one of these remote support vendors has been on and done a tech huddle with Disability Cocoon, and we have those. So it's a quick way for you guys to kind of jump in and get some information and you know, jump on future ones as well. So, and I just switched screens on you. Sorry about that. I think the next part that we wanted to talk about were.
Hey, Dustin, I got one if you want to try and take a look.
Yeah, just go ahead and hit share screen, Nick.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. You cannot start. Says you can't start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Sorry, I need to stop mine. There you go.
Come on, Dustin. Are you a tech guy or what?
The rookie move, huh?
Oh, geez. Share. Allow Zoom to share your screen. Oh boy. Oh man.
No
It's
luck.
making me like leave the meeting and all this stuff.
No, that's weird. All right, we'll come back to it then. Hey Jeff, welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was probably a little selfish break. I needed to get up and stretch for a second. I'm gonna give everybody else a little bit more time to get back in here. I'm showing 129. So for those of you that are on and just kind of listening as our presenters get back in, this is the first time we've ever done anything like this. Trying to get through the content in kind of an unrehearsed way is interesting. I hope it's working for you other presenters, and I'm hoping it's working for everybody out there. Please throw any feedback to me in an email or in the chat or whatever on how we can make these better. I'm definitely open to suggestions. So, but I'm sure we're going to get you the content that you need today. But so you guys ready? presenters. Looks like we've got most of you back. Looks like Drew might still be out, but let's go ahead and jump back in it. We had some more slides here that you can see just kind of go through the benefits of remote support. And we've probably hit on these quite a bit, but just to kind of try to summarize these, for this really to work and have the most impact and to really play a big role in our industry, I think it has to be a win-win-win-win situation. We've talked about how we need to keep the person's needs first, and it's a great option to give them the right level of support, is I think maybe the best way to describe it. It's a new option to give them the independence that they want, that they desire, that they deserve, but still ensuring health and safety. And I think that's the big benefit and the win for the families, right, is to help them to facilitate the next step in their loved one's life while ensuring that they have some, their health and safety needs are being addressed, as well as giving that family member some peace of mind that they're receiving the support that they need. For provider agencies, it's a great tool to address many of the staffing issues that we've talked about. Service coordinators, case managers, a way to stretch those dollars and funding and provide more options for those individuals. Here are many of the benefits that we've talked about for the person served. Again, we have to keep those front and center. And we've talked about provider agencies and families and service coordinators. There is another side to the coin. I think Carrie said she doesn't want to talk about unicorns and rainbows, just all the fuzzy, warm fuzzies, great stuff. There are some considerations, some risks, and some limitations of this service that I feel like we have to go through. So that's kind of the next part of this presentation, is that we have to understand that, even though remote supports have advanced significantly over 17 years, and what they're able to do, who they're able to serve, and the needs that they're able to address, this is not going to work for everybody, right? It's just not designed for everyone. I had some kind of notes here on individuals and things to consider when you're looking at remote supports. One is that there is no caregiver physically present in the home when these services are being provided. A remote caregiver, a local backup person is available, but will not be there immediately. So a rule of thumb that I always used, and you guys can kind of jump in on this, is the way that I always tried to simplify things for people is if that individual is going to be a risk to themselves or a risk to someone else, if they don't have a caregiver within the physical environment that they're in, then they're probably not appropriate, right? How do you guys describe that? How do you describe where remote supports, the applicability of remote supports ends? And that's hard, I know.
I think a lot of times it just boils down to, making sure that we're in a good collaborative relationship with, the site staff, with people who are caregivers for the person served, with guardians, and making sure that the support team is all on the same page. If somebody is, requires, physical, somebody to be there physically, providing care, they're not going to be a great candidate for remote support. And similarly, if somebody is, very non-compliant and does not, this does require the person served to be willing to listen to responders. We cannot, we're not physically there. So if they're not, if it's a person served who's not willing to listen, doesn't want to, this isn't necessarily going to be a great solution for them. It doesn't mean that they're not ways in which we can still possibly benefit the person served or augment care that's in the home. But as far as switching to, periods where they are, there's alone time with just remote support, we want to make sure that it's a situation where the person is set up to succeed, not set up for failure.
I saw a few other heads shaken by some of you, so I'll kind of pause there.
Dustin, like the time is tough, like how quick people need to get there. I know some
Mhm.
folks have identified a time. 20 minutes seems to be pretty common, and I think Indiana and maybe I can't remember Missouri. When we first started way back when, we wanted 5 minutes. There was nothing out there like it. We started, as safe as we could be. We wanted right next door, 5 minutes away. Um, but what we've realized is some people don't have a nearby staff, and sometimes they're not even able to get a service. So, suggesting it should be a time limit, I think is not the right way to do it. I think it should be identified in a person's ISP of how long it should be appropriate for that person to receive supports if we've called the backup support out, and then we monitor to make sure that that person has done that. So, and we make sure that that's going on and track that. So, to put a specific time, I mean, we have some people we support where literally it's the house next door that a staff is going to come and provide that response, and with other people that it may be a 20-minute drive.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the backup responder, yeah. Alluding to some states actually have a specified time for the backup person in their waiver service definition, which I think it was just kind of an early stab at the first version of a service definition, and most states have not followed that. So most of them are just it's a team decision on that backup response time. Another major consideration is I know that all of you that have been providing remote supports have to deal with this on a daily basis, right? Technical issues, technical glitches, and people need to know that when they choose this form of support, tech fails, right? And there will be times, no matter how much planning we do, no matter how much maintenance is done on the systems, no matter how many different fail safes are put in place, there will be a time when that individual is left unsupervised for a period of time, right? Yeah, you're on mute still, Chris.
Yes, there are times when tech fails. I will say within our monitoring station, we do everything we can to make sure it doesn't. We have multiple servers. We actually have a backup site. We have a generator. We have multiple internet providers coming in. In the home, we like to put two means of communication for that system to interact with us. So if one fails, it can back up to the other. The power, we get battery in for loss of power. So we do what we can. Have things failed? Yes. Does it happen very often? No, it's pretty rare. And when it does, we know immediately when something does fail. If it power is probably the most common, and we'll get an alert saying that the power has gone out in Joe's house. And our protocol for that is we hold that for a half an hour because it's running on the battery. But we had up here in Wisconsin, we had some really, really cold days last year. For those days, we adjusted our protocol to set if you've got a power outage in any house in the areas that were -50 below, we were sending somebody over right away and checking in on them to make sure that they didn't lose their furnace and they were doing okay. So does it happen? Yes. So we usually are notified immediately when it does, though.
Yeah, and most of the states are, when this is funded through a waiver environment, are requiring that service, as well as the people that are actually providing remote support service. So I think the next slide here, we wanted to talk about monitoring ratios. And I think we answered that question. Somebody had kind of asked the question, what are the monitoring ratios? And I'm sure it's going to be different for each one of you. And it's probably going to vary even more based on the type of remote support services that are being provided. So there are different ways, and we're going to talk about those in just a minute, in which remote supports can actually be provided. And depending upon the type of remote support service that's being provided, it's going to affect the monitoring ratios. But that's definitely something that that you guys need to be thinking about as you're looking into remote supports is asking those questions of the vendors, and they'll tell you. Again, it used to be required in the rule in Ohio that happens, and they've since removed that. So what do you guys do? Because it is, I mean, ultimately this service, you know, we can put all the safeguards in place for the tech failures that we just talked about. We can, through rules, require redundancies and those kinds of things and do routine maintenance. But ultimately it comes down to a human being sitting in front of a computer, right? How do you guys, as remote support vendors or technology people, how do you ensure that those human errors don't occur? What processes do you guys have in place and systems do you have to monitor the caregivers that are doing the monitoring?
Well, Dustin, I can say that here at Winwreath, like I said, we use some pretty sophisticated signal processing software, and along with that software, we know that if they are not answering one of those signals in time, there's what's called a dead man alarm on that folks outside of our monitoring center will even receive notifications to let us know if something's happening, that those calls aren't getting answered. In addition to that, of course, we have full surveillance on our support center and full access control systems that allow for us to know who's coming in and out, where they're at, and what all's happening.
Anybody else addressing that? It sounds like you guys are probably addressing it in very similar ways, or?
So, Dustin, we added what we term a lead staff every night about 2 years ago as we started we've had some more activity coming in. You know, there's a lot more to monitor, and they are able to see everything going on at once, and then kind of help out if, you know, there's a hard situation or if the activity's high or if somebody's not addressing an alarm soon enough. So that's what we've added a couple of years ago.
Okay. Great. Yeah. So we've already kind of hit on the backup responders, but I wanted to kind of go back there real quickly. Teams, you guys have to be, ultimately it is a team decision on who that local backup person needs to be. And you can kind of see the bullet points on the screen there. I don't want to kind of read these off to you, but some things that you need to consider and kind of talk about are the things that are on the screen right there. I think the question that's probably burning in the back of most people's mind is, how are other people essentially staffing the backup person? And you guys can jump in, but I'll kind of rattle off a few ways that I've seen this occur. By far the most popular way that I have seen this occur is an agency, a local service provider organization, the residential provider type entity, is typically going to be the person that's providing the backup. That is what I have seen by far the most. Now, Drew might have a little bit of a different situation since their platform was really designed to notify more of a natural support or a provider agency, I guess. But most of the time, that relationship occurs. There's a relationship between the remote support vendor and the remote support provider. And the relationship is sometimes driven by the regulatory environment and the funding environment that the people are operating in. As an example, we'll go back to Ohio just because I'm going to pick on Ohio all day today. They have two different ways that remote support services are reimbursed. And the determining factor on how that service is reimbursed is who that backup person is. So the first option is what they call paid backup support, where the backup person, the person that's physically responding, that the remote caregiver is calling, that is physically responding to the home, is a paid staff person of the local residential provider. For those of you from Ohio, HPC provider, right? So it's a paid backup person, of an employee of theirs that is responding. The other option is the team might choose more of a natural support or a neighbor or a friend, right? Somebody that's local. And in those scenarios, since that backup person is not a paid person, it's called unpaid backup support remote monitoring. So they actually have two different rates. One rate is higher when the backup person is a paid person because there's a cost associated with that agency paying that person. And then the other option is reimbursed at a lower level because there is no cost for the natural support to go respond. So I think that that is kind of a key thing. And the model is going to be different from state to state, depending upon how your state regulates that. In most states are adopting the model, the paid backup support model, where they're assuming that the majority of the time the backup person is going to be an employee of that local provider organization, not of a natural support. And because of that, most of the funding mechanisms and most of the regulatory environments are set up in a way that local residential provider actually draws down the funds directly from the waiver and then subcontracts out to a remote support vendor to actually provide the remote supports on their behalf. So because of that, and the way that is set up, most of the time they're then responsible for providing that backup person. So in those situations and you guys can please interrupt me whenever you want to, most of the time when that is that scenario, then most of the agencies that I've seen do this, whomever their administrator on call is typically the backup person, right? So it's that supervisor that's answering those calls in the middle of the night already. For other non-remote support related issues. It's just that the administrator that they have on call, because they don't want to have to go hire somebody specifically to be on call for that, 1 or 2 homes that they may be doing remote supports in. Now, I have seen some providers, when they have multiple homes, go to somewhat of a different model where they don't want it to be that administrator on call, or maybe the administrator on call isn't close enough to respond to the homes based on where they live and the homes are at. So I have seen where agencies will have, if they have, let's say, 6 or 7 homes that are using remote supports, and let's just use an overnight example to keep it easy, they'll have, those 7 overnight staff in 7 homes. But what they do is they start doing remote supports at those nights, they pull those 7 staff out, disperse 6 of the 7 into other open shifts within their organizations, and keep 1 person as the backup responder for all of those homes. And I've seen that done in ways where that 1 person is then stationed in 1 home, maybe down the street or around the corner or on just, short drive away. I've seen it where that backup person is actually stationed in one of the homes where remote supports is being provided. I've seen the backup person float from home to home throughout the night to keep that backup person engaged and maybe doing documentation checks and that kind of thing. So it's real, but again, it should always go back to the individual's needs, and the team needs to be looking at, okay, our current provider agency is doing remote supports right now, and they've got this backup person in this scenario. How quickly can that person get here? It needs to come back to that individual's needs and the response time availability for that backup person. Did I miss anything important there?
I think you hit it exactly the way that it's happening here for us in Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, and for those of you that are from other states other than Ohio, there are only a handful of states that I can think of off the top of my head where the remote support vendor is actually billing the waiver directly. Most of the time, the remote support vendor is going to be a subcontractor to the provider agency because of that whole backup scenario. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit about what are some of the actual things that remote supports are being used for. So what are some of the use cases that these services are addressing for the people served, to kind of help give you some ideas on where they're being used now. So if you can imagine, and you can kind of read this paragraph here, if you can imagine multiple vendors with all different kinds of service options, using all of those different kinds of technology and implementing all of those different components in a way that's tailored to each individual's unique needs, I mean, you can quickly see how the math on that just gets crazy, and there are literally thousands of different ways that remote supports could be used and could be set up, because there are thousands of individuals using it, and it's never done exactly the same way. But we can kind of give you some ideas on kind of some of the general uses and most common uses of remote supports. here are the big ones that I have seen, and I'll let you guys kind of talk through these. Is anybody, I mean, general oversight and just kind of general health and safety is the big reason that remote supports are being provided, right? Just that kind of, we're there just in case type of thing. Is that accurate? And is that what you guys are seeing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about medication administration? How are you guys assisting with meds?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have a couple devices that, you know, we can, you know, that basically automatically dispense medication at the time the person served needs it. We have also done med passes where either in conjunction with that device or with a med box where we would come on remotely with video. You know, the devices that dispense medication, obviously it's 2019, they're all internet connected. So we can use that to determine, you know, did the person take their medication on time, and, you know, potentially respond with a reminder phone call to the person served or contact staff, depending on, you know, what the needs of the person served are.
We also use the medication dispensers, but then we'll use prompts for individuals that are fairly medication compliant and just need to be reminded.
Mm-hmm.
And use prompts, and then we'll use sensors to be sure that the medication has been accessed. We can't ensure that somebody swallows it, but we can ensure that it has been accessed at the appropriate time.
Same with creatability.
Yeah,
with exactly the same way.
Yeah, you're using med dispensers too?
Yes, with the prompts, yes.
Prompts, yeah. Yeah, I mean, because that's kind of, with all of these examples, that's, I mean, we try to have the tech identify a need and alert a person if there is a potential need request for an intervention or need for an intervention, and then you guys intervene, right? Just like a staff person in the home, but instead of the staff person seeing what's happening or smelling what's happening or, you know, seeing something in the home, we're relying on the tech to do it. What about cooking and meal prep? What are some unique ways that you guys are using remote supports to assist individuals with that?
We have a cook stop devices that will, you know, have motion sensors connected to them. If somebody walks away while cooking, it can turn the stove off. Can also set up timers where if it doesn't see activity in a certain amount of time, it'll turn the stove off to prevent things from overheating, prevent fires, things like that.
So it automatically disables the stove if they walk away.
Exactly.
We have some similar safety features built in for helping with cooking, but you know, the other thing with remote support is if an individual that we're serving needs help cooking, we're just simply there with them. We can talk with them. If they don't have eggs and we need to, you know, tell them to substitute with applesauce or I don't know, whatever it is that we need to do. We're able to do that our support staff are just able to be there with them, just like any other staff person might be in the home, and provide them with whatever level of assistance they need.
Does that actually work? You can substitute applesauce for eggs?
Depends on the recipe.
Yeah.
All right. All right, we're having some applesauce cookies tonight. I can tell.
There you go. There you go.
Elopements and elopement detection and prevention, because that is a big concern, right? Nobody's there in the house. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen?
So, Dustin, obviously, probably most of us have door sensors, and that's what's going to detect the elopement. So, but what we do more than just detect it is try to work with the individual in a more proactive way on why they're eloping. So we had an individual we supported for quite a few years who she would elope during our time. She would elope when staff went to the bathroom, when she had direct care staff. She would just like eloping. So, so there was a lot of concern around this person not having a care person right on staff, but there were other people in the home that needed that direct support staff, so they couldn't run off. You know, if she went so far, they couldn't go get her, so they'd have to call backup in. So we worked with her more proactively in the daytime and knew when she was going eloping, knew why she was eloping, and really gave her some positive reinforcement. That she was a lot of times she was going to the local gas station to buy a Pepsi, and she would down the Pepsi as fast as possible and then go back to her house. So 99% of the time, that's what she was doing. We knew that, so we so proactively we said, well, if you stay in your apartment, you're safe. Then you'll get a Pepsi, and it took a couple of months to figure out what was the right approach for her. And then it turned out once we started giving her a couple of Pepsis a week, because she was doing the right thing and not taking off, at 1 o'clock in the morning going out to the local mart and not the greatest of neighborhoods. She did really well and actually was on our supports for about 4 years and didn't elope at all during our time, and still would elope when staff went to the bathroom when she had direct care staff. So sometimes it's, I think we can all detect it, but trying to prevent it might be a longer conversation.
Yeah, so using the technology the tech will detect, but it's really kind of goes back to service planning and working with the team on the prevention strategies, and then your remote caregivers implementing those prevention strategies. That makes sense. What about like the medical monitoring stuff? Are any of you guys doing any of that? Monitoring of blood pressure, glucose, seizures, those kinds of things?
We do have a device. It doesn't monitor for seizures per se, but it does monitor for muscle motion when somebody's in bed. That's common in seizures. Basically it's what's called a rapid muscle motion sensor. And that's been useful in some cases for people who do have issues with seizure disorders. And there is a lot of stuff on, that's sort of coming online as far as good, medical, sort of checking the status of somebody's vitals. And that's something that we haven't had a lot of call for, but that is something that is available. I know.
Jeff, I think we lost your audio.
Apologize.
There we go.
Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, there are some devices, that are coming online that are, there are a number of devices coming online that allow us to measure people's vitals. And, that's, while we haven't had a huge call for that yet, that is something that is available.
Interesting. Yeah. It's kind of a weird area for you guys, I'm sure, because you don't have nurses, I'm assuming, on duty, right? They're not medically trained. They're not doctors. So making medical evaluations is not an area that I see, remote supports going, except that there is a company called Station MD that has that is their model. It is more of a medical model where they have a doc on demand that can tie into and use some of these, kind of more biomedical type sensors to get blood pressure and heart rate and those kinds of things, and interact with the individual. So they are not, unfortunately, funded as remote supports in any of the state waiver programs yet. I know that they're really exploring ways to be integrated into more of a, the waiver system as opposed to straight Medicaid. But so I think that you'll start to see more of that kind of stuff popping up. And then the seizure detection thing, Jeff, the example you guys were using, is that a sensor that goes in the bed, or is that the smart monitor watch?
Nope. Although we've looked into the smart monitor watch as well, but this particular device is for a bed. So somebody who has seizures at night, and needs staff assistance at that point. Like I said, it doesn't detect the seizure itself, but it does detect, muscle motion that's consistent with seizures.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. Looks like we have some questions coming in here. I'm going to let's run through some of those questions real quick. How do states reimburse agencies to respond to alerts? Is a question. And so that is typically going to be built into the reimbursement rate, either in an increase in the rate if the agency is providing that backup person, like in Ohio, the example I was trying to describe, or it's just baked into the rate that you get as an agency. You draw down X dollars as that, agency providing the backup person, and then you're going to have to subcontract out the supports at a lower amount. So that's typically how they're paying for that. Oh, Drew, you might have answered that already. It looks like you guys are answering my questions. That's awesome. Continue. Thank you. Oh, and somebody says applesauce is not a good substitute for wait, applesauce is a substitute for oil, not eggs. All right. Thank you. We're learning all kinds of things here today. Any companies offering remote supports for glucose monitoring? Any of you guys doing that? Blood sugar levels?
Dustin, we are at Winreath. We're doing any of the health monitoring, whether it's glucose, blood pressure, weight, all that. You find those in Bluetooth connected devices a lot of times that can just report all of that data back to the support team or to our center.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we've kind of talked a little bit about what it's being used for, gone through the backup stuff. When are you guys seeing, as the people that are actually out there providing this service, when is remote supports being used? What time frame within that person's schedule or life? So not what are we addressing specifically with the person's needs, but when are you seeing this built into their support schedule?
We use it whenever the individual is in their own environment. So just by the fact that they are moving around in their own environment, then their alerts are active, or they can set a time that you want certain alerts to be active. You may have certain prompts that are only used during the morning. You may have certain prompts after you would expect someone to be in bed for the evening. So it can be time sensitive, or it can be generated just by the environment.
Okay. Thank you. So anybody else, what is the most common time frame that you guys are seeing it? I'm assuming overnights is a pretty big use case. Is that right?
Definitely.
Same here. Yep.
Yeah. What about, are you guys seeing anybody using it for filling short gaps in schedules? And I hesitate to even say that because it sounds like it's remote supports is then being used for the convenience of the agency when it shouldn't be. But maybe there's just a short period of time where that person needs some support that it's tough to staff for a very short period of time. Are you guys seeing any of that?
I think that brings up kind of a good idea or a good point, and that is that yes, there may be short times when somebody needs remote support. Sometimes when we're first implementing it, we'll especially have just a short gap. That might be between when the afternoon staff leaves and the midnight staff comes in, just as a period to test it and see how they do while the individual maybe is in bed. But the other thing that we talk about kind of on the as needed thing is, there are many times where direct support staff person isn't able to respond in for one reason or another, whether it be, snow emergencies or whatever. And something that's not thought of very much is that all they have to do is give us a call and say, hey, I can't make it in on time. Can you start early? Or it could even be that, if we're monitoring overnight, we just simply won't stop monitoring until we've had that person passed off to someone else. So it can even be used in events that are, even unforeseen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead, Jeff. You were going to say.
Yeah, and I was going to say, we don't so much, there aren't many cases where we've got a person served where we don't where we monitor for a short period of time, where we don't also monitor for other longer periods of times. But there are definitely, person served who were providing, already providing remote support, where we may support staff if they have to leave for a while and, maybe go out and do shopping for the home and have somebody keeping an eye on the person served. It's a site we already monitor. So for a one-off, or, for just this designated hour or two, we'll get that request as well. And, that's certainly something, as I think, we were saying, it's, we also do, if somebody calls up and says, hey, can you cover an hour? That's something that we definitely do on a routine basis.
And just a note for any of you that are out there, make sure that you include that forethought in the ISP, if that is possible. You want to make sure that you include that. Otherwise, you just want to make sure that you include something like that in the ISP, that if the individual's okay with it, you can use remote supports on an on-demand or as-needed basis. Are you guys doing any remote supports in conjunction with an on-site staff person? So 2 staff, 1 in the home, 1 being remote. Is anybody doing that in any environments?
We do support several individuals, families with autistic children. So you may have an autistic child in the home that has certain rules that are associated with a certain time of day. So in the evening, if the child gets up at a time when you wouldn't expect it, then the parent in an adjoining room or in a different part of the house can receive an alert to let them know that the child is up and active. We also support individuals with dementia and Alzheimer's. In that case, we provide a lot of supports for the caregiver. The care receiver frequently is not in a position to respond as proactively as you might want, but we can make the caregiver aware of what's going on with the individual so that they can respond. Thinking is that if I know I'm going to be alerted when my loved one is up wandering during the night, then I'm trying to sleep with one ear open. So the caregiver is getting much needed rest and is in a better position to provide care.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'd seen it in the past in situations where homes did require 2 staff, 1 staff for a lot of physical assistance, maybe with 1 individual, which was this, and then the second staff person was there as just kind of general oversight of the home and support of the other individuals if needed. But there was some individuals that required lots of physical assistance that a caregiver, physically present was needed. And those activities, such as assisting with bathing, grooming, the personal hygiene stuff during certain periods of time, that takes 100% of that 1 staff person's attention. And thus they had 2 staff, another staff person in the home to be there for the other people, right? So this agency actually went down from 2 staff to 1 there to physically assist when needed with those kind of more routine things. And then a remote caregiver is kind of the oversight and support of the home and the other individuals when that staff person in the home is distracted. So very similar to what you were just describing, I think, Drew. So it's going to vary pretty significantly, and ultimately it's going to need to be the individual's choice and whatever their schedule demands on what is needed there. So we've kind of started talking about the different ways that remote support can be provided. And there are a variety of different ways. So there's 4 on this screen and 4 on this screen, and we've kind of alluded to these, but I wanted to spend some time and make these pretty clear. And you guys, again, please feel free to jump in if I've missed one or am misrepresenting something. The first way that remote supports are being provided is what I call active support. It is live real-time oversight by the remote caregiver using the system, the hardware, but live oversight either with the cameras and the sensors and the 2-way audio-video communication from a start time to an end time. Maybe that is the overnight period that we were talking about from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Maybe it is a 2-hour block of time in the morning to make sure Bob gets up gets all that hygiene stuff lunch packed and gets out the door by 9 a.m. or whatever it is to catch the bus to go to work. But it's constant supervision, real-time oversight by a human being, observing everything in real time that's happening in that home in whatever array of devices that were needed for that individual. Kind of a step down from that is what I call active on demand. It is live real-time oversight, but only during times when it's absolutely needed. So a caregiver is there and waiting for sensors to indicate that, you know, Bob is up or Bob has now left the bathroom area. And when certain events like that are triggered based on sensor alerts in the home, that's when the caregiver would begin that full oversight of the home. So it's not like the caregiver is just sitting there, you know, kind of like we're doing now, right? Watching and everything is in real time. They're actively watching only when something indicates in the home that they need to be actively watching. Another way, and I'm kind of stepping down in intensity here, at least in my mind, is more of a check-in type service where it's not this constant oversight that we had over here in these other two models. It's just turn the system on, check in with the person. So, you know, the system is, let's say the system is off at 12 o'clock. I turn the system on, give the med reminder, make sure Bob takes his meds. 5 minutes later, I shut the system off. It was a check-in at a scheduled time for a specific activity. These are what I've seen are typically centered around some activity of daily living, right? Like the med reminders, meal prep, well checks, those kinds of things. Those check-ins don't have to necessarily be scheduled. Are any of you guys doing this and just kind of random check-ins? So it's almost like just periodically checking in with the individual at non-scheduled times, so random times, just to do well checks. Is anybody doing that?
Dustin, we do that here at Winreath. And it might just be randomly checking in, seeing how they're doing, or it might also be that if we see severe weather is in the individual's area and we know they might be scared in storms, anything like that, we'd check in for those times as well.
Interesting. Okay. Yep. Makes sense. Okay, so the next way is more of a passive monitoring where, and this can be either done during just specific periods of time, so scheduled passive monitoring, or it can be kind of passive monitoring 24/7. And Drew, I think you kind of mentioned this, where the devices are in the home, always tracking activities of the individual, right? Kind of passively observing what's happening in the home. Am I saying that right? I think Drew might have.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then we also have family center option where, again, it's not these professionals at a monitoring center that's doing monitoring themselves. It is a family member or a loved one or provider organization doing the monitoring either through a web browser. And some of you have apps, right? That the actual alerts can come through on an app interface as opposed to a web browser.
Yep, we do.
Yeah. And I know Simply Home does, maybe a few of the others do too. And then the final model here is this more medical model. And I threw that in there because we said, you know, a lot of these, it sounds like a lot of the vendors we have on here today don't do more of this more medical monitoring, but I think it's going to be eventually become a bigger piece of it. Maybe not with these guys, but with like Station MD, where the regulations will be a little more open to allow for this type of monitoring, and we'll adjust the reimbursement so that we are just there if a blood pressure is not taken, or look, somebody asked about glucose levels, right? Blood sugar. If a blood sugar level is supposed to be taken at 8 a.m., in between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m., and it's not taken, push an alert to somebody, right? That the blood sugar was not taken. Or if it is taken and it's within acceptable ranges, then we don't need to do anything. We just log it. Or if it's taken, but it's outside of those acceptable ranges, somebody needs to know. So I think you're going to start to see more of that kind of creeping in into the market as well. So with these different options here, from the active support to the check-in to the kind of more passive monitoring with just sensors, either, and then families being able to do it, and then tying in the medical component. With all of those different devices and the different ways that we've talked about using remote supports, you should be able to find a solution that's going to be able to meet an individual's needs. But you would recommend that you reach out to all the vendors that are on here, as well as vendors that are not represented here, to really kind of find the sweet spot for that individual. And the best way, I'm such a visual person, I had to represent this in a visual here. The best way for me to describe it is that you need to look at what is the remote supports going to be used for? What potential uses are there for this individual? What are the desired outcomes represented by this kind of black circle here? Then narrow down based upon the available service types and features from the vendors. You'll kind of get a little bit of an overlap of, we can address this portion of that individual's needs with remote supports, and then when do we want to use it? And so that will really tell you when you're going to use it, what you're going to be using it for, and how you're going to be using those. And that's really the sweet spot where you start to build information and care plans and modifying ISPs and training all of the people involved. That's where the service planning needs to really happen, is in that area. The things that you want to use it for, the way that you want to use it, and when you're going to use it. And these next couple of slides are actually out of order. I apologize for that. Those were from a different part of this. I'm going to stop my share. I'm going to bounce back over to the Q&A to see if we have any questions come in. And we do have a comment that, just an FYI, New Mexico started personal support technology in 2012 as part of the DD waiver. It's not been discontinued. Oh, I'm sorry. And continues to be a benefit in current standards. Uptake is slow, but there are about 50 people or so. Thank you very much for sharing that. I apologize. I will update those slides as I do this again. I had heard that you guys had removed it from the waiver program, so thank you. Looks like it is still an option in New Mexico. Is everybody hanging in there? This is a long training. I want to move on to kind of the next part here, which will really get into some more meat and kind of give you guys some tools on how to prepare goals. Let me share this slide here real quick. Sorry, I'm trying to click like 9,000 things at once and need to get somebody to help me manage these trainings. All right, so once you've learned, then you need to really jump in and start setting some goals. You got to kind of, just look at, we've talked about a lot of this before, start looking at the goals of the individuals, focusing on their desired outcomes. Don't focus on the tech, like, well, I know that there's door sensors and window sensors and motion detectors, and Dustin talked about those seizure monitoring things. We want to use those. Don't do that. Start with the needs of the individual first, and then, work with these vendors to find a solution that can meet those outcomes. I always recommend that you guys start, every person on the team just kind of map out, what are you really trying to accomplish with remote supports, keeping the individual's needs front and center first. Hey, actually I had a note here. Why don't all of you that are on right now, I'm sure you've thought of some need or some goal of some individual. If you can, I'm not gonna go through and read all of these, but in the chat, just throw down a way that you're already thinking about using remote supports for somebody that you're serving, something that you could address with remote supports. Please don't use any names. I don't know if Zoom's HIPAA compliant and we don't have the releases signed, so just type in, if you can, share with the other people the ways that you have envisioned. So if you were doing this back of the napkin sketch, what would be one of the goals that you're trying to address? And I'll just let the chat flow. And if people do it, great. If people don't, then we'll have to work out a way to make these more interactive. We have to, whenever we're looking at setting services up for a specific person, again, keep the person's needs front and center. But we do have to also, obviously, you guys are very familiar with this, working in a team setting, where we do have to evaluate all of the people's needs and goals and desires. because everybody has a voice in that team meeting. Again, keeping the person first, front and center. But we do need to look at all these different things, because if one of these players is not involved in that team meeting, it is definitely not as going to be as successful for that individual, which is why I always go back to this win-win-win situation, where it has to be a win for the individual, it has to be a win for the provider, it has to be a win for the family, and a win for the state agency for remote supports to really work the right way. If there's a financial disincentive, where I misrepresented New Mexico's, I'm sorry, not New Mexico, Kentucky's situation, there is a financial disincentive for provider organizations to use it. So guess what? Provider organizations are stepping in and saying, we're not going to do this. And they're a critical piece in the funding mechanism and how the services are set up. So it has to work for all of these entities involved. But I really caution people to make sure that we're keeping the individual's needs front and center. But if everybody starts by just kind of writing down their goals and what they're hoping to achieve, you will find overlap. And that's where I suggest that people start the discussion. Don't look at, when you're talking about a person's life, there are so many what ifs and scenarios and, oh my gosh, this could happen, that could happen, this could happen. We have to think about those things, but it's a big piece of it's a big pie to try to swallow all at once. If everybody looks and writes down their goals, and then we look at those in a team setting and kind of start discussions around those overlaps, which will probably be the critical aspects of that person's life, it will give you and the team a place to start a discussion. Because I can guarantee you, and I've seen it happen 1,000 times, a team will sit down and everybody on the team is wanting, the individuals are definitely wanting remote supports, and the team is open to it. And then somebody will bring up, well, what if this? And that discussion needs to happen. I don't want to discard that, but somebody will bring up something, and then the conversation will snowball into all these what if scenarios. Just kind of try to stay focused, I guess, in that specific area. Do you guys have anything to add? I'm just going off on a soapbox now. Okay. There will be times where, obviously the team is not going to come to an agreement on whether or not remote supports are appropriate. For the person served, I would really reach out to an advocacy group if you can. And advocate for yourself. Get a group behind you to help you advocate for yourself, and adjust if you have to a little bit. Make sure that you're being realistic. I know that's hard to hear sometimes, but we have to. There's a lot of people out there that are trying to make sure that you're remaining safe. So make sure that what you're asking is realistic and attainable. But do reach for your goals and advocate for yourself in that team setting. If this is a service that you want, the team should be able to bend and modify and work with you to meet your goals. That's the purpose of this. And, as the person receiving the services, you may want to have 0 staff in your home and, have this great new job and take the bus to work by yourself and live this amazing independent life. And that's great. You can probably do that, but maybe it's okay to start with just one aspect of that. So just focus on, it's okay for you to start with just getting independence in one area of your life, show the team that you're able to do that, and then work with the team to get the independence in those other areas. For a team, I would really recommend what other resources are out there that you can leverage. Right now we've pretty much just talked about how does the team work together, and how does the team work with the remote support vendors to tailor the remote support services out there? What other resources are available in your local community that you can work with? Be creative, I guess, in your service planning, and don't be afraid to pull in those other outside resources into the discussion and into the remote support service plan even. I've seen many times where a remote support agency was responsible for making sure that this example just popped in my mind. This woman was responsible, or she needed to leave her home and go across the street to piano lessons. And she was receiving supports from the remote support caregiver. The remote supports were happening in her home. The remote support caregiver couldn't monitor her activities once she left the home. But what they did is they worked with the neighbor next door and integrated that piano teacher into the remote support care plan that when they saw this woman leave, and she would leave to go to her piano lessons, there at a certain amount of time would call that piano teacher and say, did Sally make it to piano lessons, right? So be creative like that. And you guys do that all the time in service planning, so I'm sure that that's nothing new for you. I would also recommend that you guys go out and talk to people in your area that are using remote supports. We were looking at the numbers earlier, hundreds and hundreds of people using this service. We'll be probably at 1,000 very soon in the state of Ohio. Other states have, New Mexico said they've got 50 people using it. You can find someone in your area that has used this and learn from them and work with them. And then for families, I know it's tough to, as a parent myself, it's tough to give our kids more independence, but I feel that remote supports is a great way to do that because it's going to give them the independence that they're looking for, but give you some peace of mind knowing that they're still being supported. And I encourage you to use remote supports to help that person kind of take more steps in their life. So this is obviously the goal as a team that you need to work towards is figuring out a way to overlap the individual's needs with the goals of the provider and the family and the team, and finding a win-win situation, obviously keeping the person's needs front and center first and foremost. So I wanted to talk about, and you guys, I'm sure you guys are probably ready to move on with your days and check stuff from remote support vendors. Thank you for hanging in there with me. But I did want to talk about kind of data and what do you do once you've implemented you're looking at this, how can you, what tools can you use and things that you should be looking at in that team setting? Obviously the ISP, right? I mean, that's where you're really going to get the goals that person's trying to achieve in their life. Let's be honest, an ISP can't capture everything though, right? So having that discussion, that back of the napkin planning thing is very important because the ISP should be driving all decisions and should capture it all, but it obviously doesn't. I would also recommend that people go back and review service documentation. What has been happening in that person's life? And not just during the times that you're looking at remote supports. Go and talk to the day service provider, where their job coach, all of those things, and let's really dive into what's happening, looking at data and incident reports. I've heard this 1,000 times, and you guys as the remote support vendors might want to chime in on this one. We're in a team meeting and the team's like, well, yeah, we can't do remote supports for this person because they have a history of elopement. Oh, really? And then we start diving into it, and the documentation shows that, yeah, there was an elopement like 4 years ago and nothing has happened since. So really dive into the data that you're seeing, the behavior data, look for trends and changes, use those to look for signs that this may or may not be appropriate, and go back and review those incident reports. I'm sure you guys are doing kind of like monthly reviews of those on a regular basis. There are some assessment tools out there that can kind of help you guys as well with the conversation, and they will be linked. One of them is actually linked here. Shout out to the Minnesota Trade Association. They've put together that technology resource center that is just packed full of guides to help start the conversation and assessment tools. And they actually have the content broken down by who you are. So if you're coming in there as a provider organization, they present the information that from your point of view. They also have that broken down into kind of a service coordinator or case manager's point of view, as well as an individual and family members. How do you guys, as the remote support vendors, work with the team to do assessments of an individual's needs to determine appropriateness? What's your assessment process look like?
We work with the individual and 2 or 3 other members of their support team that are most familiar with the individual and the goals that are being sought. And we do a telephone assessment, and then we design a system And once we have designed the system, we go back over that design with the individual and those that were involved in the initial assessment. And then we work with that same group to come up with a set of rules that the individual will use with the technology in their environment. Once all of that is put in place and the technology is installed, then we go back and make sure that what we have designed is appropriate for the way the individual lives. And if not, then we'll tweak it.
Yeah. Sounds like a process. Then it's not just a one conversation. It's kind of a process of continued evaluation.
And it is not it's not simple. It's not easy, and each individual system is individually designed for them. So while we see a lot of things that individuals have in common, we do want to keep in.
Are you guys other people doing the same kind of very similar process?
So, Dustin, we do some over the phone if it's a provider or somebody that's new to the whole concept of remote supports. We'll go meet with them, meet with the people individually. If it's a provider or a family, that's very comfortable with it, or somebody we've worked with in the past, sometimes we can do that remotely. They kind of know what know how it works, and we lean a lot on families and providers, because as we're just getting introduced to somebody, they're the experts on what the needs are for the person, and then the person themselves obviously knows what they need and how they can interact with us. But as we start with a referral and then really just go through each person's needs, how we can address it with technology. But as it's just being introduced to us as a new person to support, we do lean a lot on providers on what the needs are and how they can be addressed with the technology.
Cool. Thank you. So one of the things that's probably been in the back of everybody's mind is, should we, if we're looking into remote supports, should we look at these professional remote support vendor agencies, or should we maybe consider, going to Best Buy and going a DIY route? There's valid points to both of those, and I've kind of outlined there are several different things that you should be considering. The big one is the ability to modify ongoing, which we were just kind of talking about with those assessment processes, right? With these guys, they can come out, they've got the experience, they can make recommendations on exactly what types of devices so that you don't even have to think tech at all. And they have the ability to come back in and modify. On the other hand, you could go out to Best Buy if you know that all you're wanting to do is to, see if somebody comes to the front door and just throw up a Ring video doorbell and get alerted when somebody comes to the front door. And that may be sufficient in some situations. I would caution you guys on trying to get too complex with the DIY things unless you are very technically savvy and have a lot of time. Maybe is the bigger component here. Just because, obviously these things are going to malfunction. You're going to be the support person of a DIY solution. But it can be done, and can be done, especially for those people that aren't in a waiver program, that have funds to pay for it. Most of the waiver programs are set up and regulated in such a way that it almost forces you to go with a pro or to become a pro yourself and do it yourself. The DIY thing in most waiver settings would probably be more of an assistive technology implementation as opposed to true remote supports. So, and I did, there's an article that when I send you this document that I actually wrote with the ARM Trade Association, and really kind of gets into the nuts and the bolts of the benefits of both pro and DIY solutions. So that'll be something that you'll have here in a little while. If that's an area that you're interested in, you'll be able to click right here on this document when I send it to you and really dive into that. But I want to be pretty clear that I would, if you're new to remote supports, I would recommend going to the pros first because they will walk you through it. They've got the expertise and they can make your lives much simpler. Other places that you can get some information on remote supports, obviously, Disability Cocoon is one of those. We're trying to build out, a resource library. We have demos, as I mentioned, with all the tech huddles that we've done in the past, and articles that we've written, and links to other things through our social media. So go check that out. Would really recommend, if you're in a state that's very progressive, the service coordinator, case managers should have access to that information on who's out there, who's available, or your provider agency should as well, or your state entity. Going back to the very beginning of this presentation, that's where hypothetical Rosie found out, her mom found out about remote supports, was through the local, state or county entity, if you're more of a county-driven system. Another great resource that I kind of have down here is, every state has an Assistive Technology Act program. And they've traditionally been a little bit more focused on assistive technology, not necessarily so much remote supports, but they are experts. Go interact with them. They are a great resource if you're just interested in tech and the various different ways that you might be able to address some of the outcomes that you're trying to address with remote supports. Those AT Act programs are a great resource in states. They also have links to funding mechanisms outside of a waiver program that you might be able to use. So those are some great things. There are other entities out there in your specific states that are great. We have multiple states on here, so I'm not going to go through all of those other options, but there are also some other great things. The Coleman Institute is a great resource for tech advocacy and services for people with intellectual developmental disabilities. I would really recommend looking up the colemaninstitute.org is a great resource. So then after you've, after you've gone out, you've maybe just, you've looked at the vendors, you found those resources, you've started to dive in and look at the vendors' capabilities, and hopefully you're getting some of that today. You've done some planning and things like that. Now it's time to pick a vendor. And so here are just kind of some of my tips, and you guys, again, vendors, jump in there if I'm missing something here, but some ways that I would recommend evaluating a remote support vendor. One is you just go talk to them and review their websites and their information, watch the videos that they have, listen to the testimonials of the people that they've been serving. Most of them have videos that have been pulled together now and have all that kind of stuff where you can do kind of a self-evaluation first. And then I would recommend, meeting with them, something like this, right? Where you can see them, get to know them as a person, see demos of their stuff. That's important to really get a sense on how it works. And I would recommend talking to multiple vendors because they each have their own little different spin on how they do things. And if you're really trying to find the exact right solution for that person, you need to go explore your options. So go talk to multiple vendors. Disability Cocoon, we're happy to connect you with them. We have relationships with all of them that I'm aware of, at least, and can definitely point you in the right direction, and can even help you narrow the search based upon kind of where you're at in the country. I have a pretty good sense on who operates where and who's available where. I would, that back of the napkin goal planning thing of really talking about the person's needs, that's something that I would, recommend that you kind of have a conversation as a team before you go talk to them, and then do it again afterwards, maybe. One, you want to have some thought on what you're really trying to address as you're talking to these vendors, so that you know what questions to ask, and they know kind of what you're trying to address, and they can kind of speak to those things and how they would specifically help them do that. But also then after you've talked to them, you might have a different perspective on things, and you might want to go back and kind of revise some of those goals in the way that you were thinking about addressing some of the desired outcomes. One recommendation when you're out there talking to these guys, especially if you're in a waiver environment, don't focus on the cost. Don't say, well, what does yours cost? Why is it 50 cents more an hour than the other? Don't focus on that yet. Eventually there will be a time to talk about cost and how does it fit into the waiver plan and all of that. But really don't focus on cost. And then, you just have to go meet with the team and make an evaluation and pick one, right? I mean, that's something that you guys are very familiar with doing in a setting. So how do you evaluate some other things that you need to be looking at. And well, one, obviously the big one is, can they meet the goals and needs, which is why you need to have those goals and things written down and thought through before you go talk to them. How long have they been around? How long have they been doing this? You know, a lot of folks that you see on here today have been doing this for a decade or more. That's great. I do anticipate seeing more and more remote support vendors entering the market here very soon, which is great from a, you know, the individual's perspective, because now there's more choice in providers, but experience goes a long way. So, you know, that's a question you need to ask. What different types of service do they offer? We've talked about the active support, the check-in type service, the passive on demand. Do they offer all of those? And the reason that you may know exactly what service level you want today, but you also need to be thinking that needs may change in the future. We may need to either scale back, you know, or do this a little bit differently in the future, or maybe there will be something that happens that you need more intense method of service in the future, more intense services. So make sure you get that. Footprint's a big one. You know, where are they available? Can they serve your state? Are they certified to do that through the funding source that you have, your waiver? Ask them questions about reliability of the system. I'm sure that most of you guys on here keep data on your uptimes, downtimes, and can kind of share that information when needed with them, so that you can kind of speak to the reliability of the system, and you guys that are evaluating the vendors can kind of know that there is some validity in what they're saying related to their uptimes. We've kind of talked about training for remote caregivers, and that was a big question that came up today in this training was, how do you train your remote caregivers? What are they trained on? How often are they retrained? When, you know, those kinds of things. Make sure you're asking those. Regulatory compliance, we've kind of hit on that. Security and redundancies. Ask them the hard questions about the tech. How is the data secured? What do those redundancies look like? What would be the situations that would cause a failure? The monitoring ratio question is another one that you're going to want to ask. And then, you know, I did put cost on here because cost does come into play, especially if this is a non-waiver funded situation where you're paying out of your own pocket. Cost is going to be a big one. So, you know, make sure you do ask that question as well. Remote support vendors, did I miss anything there? I want to make sure that I give you guys a chance. I feel like I'm just rambling on now.
Dustin, I'll just chime in real quick and just say, you know, we do have providers that, you know, they want to work with us, but if you're a provider, you know, as you know, Dustin, I've known you for a long time. There have been some cases where I felt like, you know, they need a more level of support, and you were at with Rest Assured, and I thought it was a better case for that. So I would just also say, don't get stuck on one. You know, I know Carrie with Creatability has some stuff that we don't do, and we have some stuff that they don't do. So, you know, it is great to have relationships with providers, and sometimes we can meet all the needs of, you know, that the provider has, but don't just get stuck on one tech vendor.
Yep, good question, or good comment. Thank you. So I've kind of talked about this a little bit in some of the reimbursement structures in states where the remote support vendor is technically a subcontractor of the local service provider agency. And because of that relationship, there are situations where that provider agency can kind of choose who they want to work with and who they don't. So if you are a family, a service coordinator, an individual that is wanting to work with a specific remote support provider, unfortunately, in some areas of the country, it's going to have to be dependent upon whether or not your local service provider will do that or not, which doesn't seem right, but that's just kind of how the structure is set up in some of those areas. So some kind of things that residential providers, the process, that there's some things that they need to be thinking about are, you know, as an agency, how do we want to be using this? What are our goals in using remote supports? Please stay individual focused. You will absolutely want to talk about the efficiencies that your agency is going to get. I would really recommend that agencies get a tech team formed to kind of lead this. because if you don't have somebody assigned and responsible within your organization to do this, nobody's going to do it. And then nobody's responsible for doing it. Nobody's accountable. But if you form a tech team, and it doesn't have to be you go out and hire somebody to lead that tech team and create a new role and a new expense in your organization, but pick 2 to 4 people, maybe, an executive type role, lower level manager, a DSP, and a person that you're serving to really be the people that are kind of leading that initiative in your organization. And they can be the people that are going out and screening vendors and looking for assessment tools and looking and talking about potential locations where individuals could benefit from it. So I think that's pretty important, is to have that local tech team. As an agency, you're probably, unfortunately, going to have to dust off the policies and procedures. And I think we have some recommendations on that here on the next slide, on some of the policies and just things that you're going to need to kind of dust off, because you're essentially starting a new service line, kind of, right? I mean, if you're providing residential services and day services and employment services, now all of a sudden you're incorporating remote supports into the services that the individuals you're serving are getting. It's kind of like a whole new service line. Don't get scared by it, because you can just go, one home at a time and not have to, fundamentally redesign your organization. I'm by no means recommending that is necessary, but at some point you will want to kind of go back and look at how is the implementation of remote supports either helping with employee recruitment and retention. What HR policies do we need to update and think about related to that? What entry-level DSP trainings are we giving our DSPs? How do we need to be informing them about remote supports happening in some of the homes that they're working in, or that they may be eventually a backup person for? How is this going to affect your mission and your vision of your organization? Is it staying true to your mission and vision? And if it is, should there be language in that mission and vision that incorporates technology in some way, or your agency's position on the utilization of technology to fulfill your mission? Go look at your HIPAA policy and dust off those HIPAA forms to make sure that you've got all the information security stuff outlined related to remote supports, and from a compliance perspective. Service documentation, you're essentially going to be having new service documentation enter your agency that may be done by an outside vendor. How can you ensure that that documentation is meeting your standards? I know that a lot of agencies out there are using an EHR, like a Therap, a Metasket, et cetera, et cetera. What is your policy going to be on the incorporation of this remote support service documentation into those kind of more global agency systems that you're using? How are you going to ensure regulatory compliance for this type of a service as an agency? What checks and balances are you putting into place to check on your subcontractor, the remote support vendor, to check to make sure that your backup person is responding in the appropriate amounts of time? What policies do you need to create and processes do you need to create to check on those things? Something that you need to be thinking about. As an agency, you may have the stance that your backup responders are responding in a time frame that the team determines. But maybe you as an agency, even if there's no regulatory requirement, you as an agency you want to have a policy that says we will not have a backup responder respond longer than 15 minutes, and create some kind of standards around how your agency sets up the backup responders, what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable from your agency's perspective. Another big area that I would really, really recommend that agencies spend some time thinking about, and again, you don't have to do this right out of the gate. Just at some point, as tech becomes a bigger part of your agency and how you do things, you're going to want to have some very detailed plans and emergency preparedness plans for prolonged service outages or power outages or internet outages, because you're reliant, and the individuals you're serving are reliant on those things. And I don't think I've ever seen an agency-wide outage last much longer than a few hours, but a few hours is big. What happens if there's a natural disaster, you're in a hurricane area, or a tornado wipes out one of these monitoring centers? How are you guys going to respond? And you need to have a plan how, as an agency, you're going to deal with those things. And then the last one is ongoing tech evaluation. How are, as an agency, what is our process of learning from what we're doing right now with tech so that we can constantly be adjusting? Because if you think, I would really recommend that you don't just think we're going to do remote supports and then we're good. We've checked the tech box and we're good to go forever, right? Because the tech's going to change, new stuff's going to be available, and probably 50 years from now, who knows? Remote supports might be obsolete, and it might be the new thing, right? So just kind of start thinking that through right now. It's like, as an agency, how are we evaluating what we're doing on an ongoing basis related to tech? And you probably already have some processes put together for stuff like this. So, and actually the next couple of slides here, we've already hit on as well. And this is kind of those backup responder models. We talked about having an administrator on call. So this is the person that's responding out to the home in the event that hands-on support is needed. We've talked about having one primary backup person that kind of goes out and responds to all the different homes, maybe having a DSP working at one of your homes, going back out or being dispatched from a home that they're actually providing services in, something of that nature. Guys, have you guys as vendors, what other ways have you seen people structure those backup support staff? Or have I kind of hit on all of them?
Dustin, I will say I like the fact, as far as having the provider look at this a little bit in more detail. We have this is a big problem sometimes for us is getting that backup to respond, depending on who it is. We quite often use the DSP at work and backup, and then we have a provider's on call to back them up, if something's going on, but or the administrative on call. But I just wanted to comment on that. I think that is really important for providers to take a real good look at and what they expect, because when somebody actually needs a physical response, and we've provided that interaction, and they really need somebody to get there, that's the worst feeling in the world, if we can't get a hold of somebody. And we provide a consumer relations team that looks at that and follows up with providers if there are issues. But that is one thing that's extremely important to making all this work.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Anybody else out there have a comment on those? Okay. So it looks like, as I'm kind of looking at the next slides here, we're kind of going to move on to the implementation section here. The next slides, we've probably hit a lot of these things just through the conversations that we've had. So we might be able to move a little bit more quickly through these. But I do want to kind of just skip through them here to make sure that we're hitting all of the points that I wanted to talk about. So you've gone through all that whole evaluation process. You've looked at vendors. You've talked about policies and procedures. You've identified homes. You've done all of that kind of groundwork, set maybe goals for specific homes. Now you're ready to implement it. There are some more things that are going to have to occur that I think you need to be aware of. Obviously, first and foremost, make sure that you're in agreement as a team. Please don't ever just do this like a fail swoop. We're going to do this across all the homes that we're serving people. It has to be a discussion. It has to be approved. Otherwise, this does become Big Brother. So obviously, this is obvious stuff to you guys, I'm sure. But just making sure that those consents are in place is a critical thing. Making sure funding's available, that you've nailed that down if you're a provider organization, that you've got the authorizations in place. If you're a family member, making sure that this is all squared away so that there will be no surprises, because I've seen it happen where everybody thought it was all good to go and it's put in and the individual's loving it and there's no funding for the service and it's pulled out. So just make sure that the funding's in place. This is not stuff that you're unfamiliar with, I'm sure. I would really recommend, as you are looking at remote supports, really let the tech vendors that you're working with drive this process, the implementation process, because they've done it I don't know, how many times have each of you done it? Just throw out a number. And I know it's going to be a guess, but just ballpark it. How many times have you as a vendor, implemented remote supports for people?
About 1,000.
1,000? Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, I think that it's been a couple hundred for us.
Yeah. And I'm sure that the others that didn't say anything or have a similar number and are just being nice and trying not to brag. But it's hundreds, thousands of these folks have done it. They've got the expertise. They can really help you. One thing that you just don't have to think about, let them drive that process. But to give you an idea of what the process is going to look like, and again, remote support vendors jump in here if I'm wrong. One of the first things that they're going to want to do, somebody said, is develop a remote support care plan. And somebody said it gets, Jared, I think it was you, it gets put in black and white, right? It's like an ISP. It's a remote support care plan. So they'll sit down with you, develop that care plan on how we're going to support that person. Then there's probably going to have to be an evaluation of the home so that they can see how it's laid out, determine what devices might be needed, which will then help them determine the system requirements. Once they do that, I would recommend that you go back once they've said, hey, this is how we're going to be, this is the needs of the person. Here's the care plan. Here's the technology that we're going to need to meet that care plan. Go back to the team again and have that team review the tech, because I've seen it happen where the team says, yes, we want remote supports. Yes, we want you to do, the care plan says we want you to do meds. We want you to make sure there's no visitors in the home after 11 p.m. And we want to make sure that blood sugar levels are taken, and you get a details like that. Well, then the remote support company comes in and says, okay, we can do that. And it's going to take this camera and this camera and this device and this device and this device. And then everybody's good to go. Yes, we've done it. We're ready. We implement it. And then all of a sudden there's that thing up in the corner in the individual's home that they didn't 100% understand was going to be there. They remember giving consent to this, but I would really recommend you go back and say, this is exactly what's going to be installed. This is exactly what it's going to look like in the home, to avoid those situations where you may be in a situation where it gets installed and then the individual says, no, I don't like that. And then you've got to kind of go back, and that may happen anyway. You got to kind of go back to service planning, readjust the plan, readjust the equipment, and it's just work that wouldn't need to have happen. So another option, and I'm going to stop and let you guys talk about this, is what are some of the strategies that you've seen agencies and teams and individuals use to kind of fade in remote supports and slowly fade out current staffing patterns or current supports? What does that look like?
Dustin, I think that's something that I addressed a second ago too, where when we talk about less than full shifts or these small amounts of times that we implement services, that could be number one, what are the most boring times that the individual's receiving direct support right now? So that might be, times where the staff are just sitting around the house, not necessarily doing much of anything. It might be during periods of on-site on-call. But again,
on-site on-calls, overnight staff, for those of you, outside of Ohio.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, staff would otherwise just be sleeping there, and they're there just in case there's an emergency. But it could be even, like I said, sometimes what we'll do is we'll find when an afternoon shift ends, maybe it ends after the individual's gone to bed, and we will take over for a couple hours. And the example might be that maybe the individual goes to bed at 9 o'clock at night. We would send the afternoon shift home at 10 o'clock, and midnight doesn't start until midnight, the overnight shift. So for that 2 hours, we're providing remote support just to kind of test the waters, be there if they need anything. But otherwise, they don't even realize that their direct support staff are gone. And as we see that that goes well, then we can increase the amount of hours that are being monitored until we get to, you know, whatever the team's ultimate goal might be.
Very well said. Thank you, Jared.
And
Um,
on occasion, we have set up systems in an individual's home if they are moving from the parent's home into a place of their own, and set up services in the home, and the individual has learned how to use the sensors and has learned the capabilities while still living at home, and then taken that system with them as they've moved.
Yeah. That's an important piece, right? The ability for the tech to be able to follow the person around is important. Okay, what about testing? How do you guys, once the system's installed, how do you actually test the hardware? And I'm sure it's by, I'll try to summarize it, and then you elaborate if you need to. I'm assuming you test it, make sure that each device is able to communicate back to the central monitoring center, and then and if it's not, then you kind of work with the team on a workaround until a replacement device can be sent back, right?
That's pretty well what we do. We will, number one, run live connections while we're in the home with the initial install. So we'll just be on the phone with our support center, our techs will, and make sure that they're receiving all signals, that everything looks good, that not only the equipment is working, but that what they're seeing on the screens of our signal processing software is all coinciding. From there, what we would do is we typically will flip that system on and let it run for about 3 days in conjunction with the direct support staffing. It's not anything that we charge for, but we just let it run and make sure that everything's working the way that it's supposed to while the DSP is still in the home, so that obviously if there's any issue, they'll be able to catch that. We'll be able to catch a problem and correct it as well.
So I wanted to make sure that everybody heard that point there, that he said that they would do the testing and let it run and not charge for it. So that, I think, speaks a lot to, and I'm sure all these vendors would do that. It speaks a lot to, you know, these are certain, the people that are providing this service are human service professionals. They've been involved in the service forever, and they're not tech companies that are coming in just trying to provide a service. So I think that speaks. Well said, Jared. What about training for the individuals? How do you guys do that? Because it's a big piece of it, right? I mean, all of a sudden we have this new tech installed in our home, in my home, and what does that thing up there do, right? How do you guys do the training with the individuals?
So Dustin, sometimes we'll train a little bit at install if the person's home. Other times we'll set up a specific time to kind of practice with them, just so that they're familiar with how things work and they're not thrown off, you know, when staff are no longer in their house, how they, you know, if they need to reach out or what's going to happen, you know, if they get into the living room or what have you. So, you know, and some people don't need it. I mean, a lot of people do, but some people get it right away. They understand it. It's pretty, you know, some stuff's really simple. They are wanting to move forward with it, and they won't need that training. Otherwise, we'll set up a specific time and practice with them so they're comfortable with it.
Great, thank you.
I think that just like Chris said, we want to make sure that we do a run through just to give everybody familiarity of the equipment. But the greatest thing about the remote support equipment is that there's not really anything that the folks we're supporting need to do. They're designed so that they're completely controlled on the back end and are pretty hands-free.
Yep. Great. And then once all that's done, pretty much the system is ready to go, and then you can kind of stay staff out as we talked about, and then it's incorporated, right? And it becomes a routine part of the patient's life, a routine part of that individual's schedule, and you're ready to go. Is there anything that we missed there that you guys, any points that were kind of jumping out at you that I might have missed before I move on? Okay. There are some critical things that I wanted to make sure that people are aware of, and this is the last section here, and then we're gonna take a short break after this section, and then we'll have these vendors to kind of talk specifically about who they are and what they do, and then we'll be almost done. So, but it is important. Ongoing support and evaluation of the services is important to make sure that we're ensuring success. Many states, when they are regulating this, already have kind of follow along checks that a service coordinator, case manager, for those of you in Ohio, SSA needs to do and then what schedule. I have put together this as kind of my thoughts on it, but ultimately default back to your state's regulatory requirements, and I'm happy to point you in that direction if you don't know where they are. We can typically find them. So I would really recommend that most of the evaluation of this and follow along support needs to be pretty intense right out of the gate, for a lot of the reasons that we've discussed today. I would really recommend that there's follow-up on day one. After the service has happened, that first time, after the first period of time that the remote supports has been provided, I would recommend that someone, typically it's going to be the service coordinator, right? Go in and do follow along. What worked, what didn't work, what did you like, what didn't you like, and really dive into those things. Do that on the first day and the second day, and then you can kind of scale back a little bit, but I think it should still be done kind of at the end of week 1 and at the end of week 2. And then maybe once again at the end of the first month. So you have somebody going in there, somebody talking to the individual, somebody talking to the remote support vendor, talking to the other members of the team, and evaluating what you put all this effort into setting all of this up. And more than likely, you're going to hear if something doesn't go right. But or if something doesn't go right, right? I mean, but what are you going to hear about the great things? Like, one story that always pops out of my mind is this guy walked up to me one time and put his arm around me and said, "Hey, you're the camera guy," when I worked at a remote support company. And I was like, "Yeah, I guess that's me." And he goes, "I'm able to sit on my couch in my underwear and hold the remote control in my hand." I mean, are you going to get that story if you're not out there following up? So I just think it's important that those checks happen, because I can guarantee you, as we've talked about today, we can do all of the work and all of that goal planning and outlining the person's needs and desired outcomes and assessments and working with the remote support vendors and all of those things to come up with this perfect package for that person. But like we've talked about, we're probably not going to come up with the perfect package. And we might need to go in there on day 1 or at the end of week 1 or month 1, whatever, make some slight tweaks to the remote support care plan or to the equipment or the processes or where the service documentation is going or whatever it is. So we've got to be in there talking to people and tweaking on this pretty heavily during the first month. After the first month, it will become just like every other service where you're paying attention to it, right? You're not ignoring it, but you could probably go to more like a quarterly check or an annual check on doing a deep dive into reviewing the efficiencies of this. And I'm sure you guys, as a part of service planning, are pretty familiar with this. We're going to need to monitor what's happening, evaluate what's happening, collaborate with the team, revise the plan as needed, and then implement those changes, and then continue to do that. So that's kind of the process that you would go through. So when you're doing the evaluation, or the monitoring of this stuff, what are you actually looking at? Again, go look at that service documentation that's coming out of the remote support vendor. Look at the data, look at the sensor alerts that they're able to generate, look at the incident reports, and comparing all of that back to the ISP, right? I mean, those are the kind of things that you need to be looking at on a pretty routine basis. Again, because remote supports are funded through a waiver program, most of the time, or all of the time, they will be complying with those state incident reporting procedures. So you will get notifications of major things that are happening through your state's incident reporting standards. But you need to be looking at the other things as well beyond just the incident reports to look at it. Some other things that you want to consider as the service is being delivered, things that that you as the team need to be aware of. Some things that could happen that might seem just silly to even talk about, but that remote support vendors need to know about. So if you're a member of the team, things that you need to be letting this remote support vendors know about are, well, one, schedule changes. You know, obviously if you want them to change the times that they're providing services, they're going to need to know that. But beyond that, are there schedule changes with direct care staff? Does the person's job schedule change? Has the person's whatever part of their life, other aspects of their life that can, you know, as we change one schedule in our life, everything else kind of somewhat shifts and changes. They need to be aware of those things. Even if it doesn't seem like it's going to impact remote supports, they're a part of the team and they need to be aware of those things because it will only help them do their job better and provide better service to the individuals. Obviously, conditions, diagnosis changes, medication changes, those kinds of things need to happen. Even something as simple as like a bad day would be helpful. You know, Bob had a real bad day at work. It was not a good day. He was upset about this and this and this, and he's fired up today. Remote support person, you need to know about that. That's important. So sharing those kinds of things are important. Also, administrative changes. You know, if that remote support company is sending reports out on a daily basis to Sally, house manager, and Sally's been gone for a month and a half and nobody's looking at that daily service documentation, that's a bad thing. So make sure that you're keeping those remote support providers involved and in the loop, just as it maybe a good rule of thumb for all of these things is just they're a part of the team. Whatever the team needs to know about, they should probably know about. Some of you guys may hate me for saying that because you might get, you know, start to get overwhelmed with information you don't need, but you'll be able to figure out exactly what the remote support vendor needs specifically based on how they do it. Send them too much, don't send them too little. This may be another way to say it. And it might seem like a silly thing, but I can tell you, when I was a remote support provider, it just blew my mind. My phone would ring at what? It's like 2:50 right now. And hey, Dustin, we forgot to tell you that Sally's moving tomorrow. Can we get her stuff moved tomorrow morning and into her new house? And it's like, well, I'm in Indiana and you're in Timbuktu state. That's going to be a little tough. So if the person's moving or planning on moving, you need to be reviewing that with the remote support vendor so that they can be prepared to modify the hardware because they're going into a new environment. Hardware might need to be modified. It might affect service planning and how they do things. And so just make sure that you're looping them in on that decision. Again, it might seem like a big thing, or a small thing, but people forget it. And we've kind of talked about this. The one point I want to drive home here is, and you guys can maybe speak to this, remote support vendors, is, you know, they can do all of this maintenance and they can have all these redundancies. Things will break, right? One of the things that I always found extremely helpful was simple fixes. Like, can you go unplug this and plug it back in? Was if a provider organization or somebody in the team has the ability to do that in the rare situations where something needs rebooted or a simple fix is needed, doesn't require any technical abilities and that kind of thing, that simple of a fix. If somebody on the team can do that, you're only going to increase the uptime and keep service continuity for the individual. The remote support vendors, I'm sure all of you can send somebody out to go do that, right? To go unplug something and plug it back in, but it might take them a day to find somebody to go do it and then 2 days to get it scheduled. And that person's out of, you know, didn't receive services for 3 days because there's nobody there locally that can do that. So just something to kind of think about, having maybe that tech team kind of lead that push or have somebody available. Maybe it's a maintenance guy. I don't know. Those kinds of things. And we've talked about these 3 things to prevent downtime. So Believe it or not, that is the end of almost 100 slides. So now what we're going to do is I wanted each of these vendors to be able to talk to you guys about kind of who they are, what they do, and talk about somebody that they've served and how it's worked for them. Again, just to kind of let you know who they are, hopefully help you guys, for those of you that are doing what I suggested and thinking about that one person, right, as we move through today, maybe you'll find the vendor that's right for you here. So with that, Chris, I'm going to give you let's try to do it in 5 minutes each, maybe.
So quick overview, then I'll dive into what we do. So again, Night Owl Support Systems. We are kind of the old school. We were the 2002 folks that started Sound Response. I've been doing this for quite some time. A few things. We mostly do sensors inside of people's homes. We don't do cameras in a house. So it's just kind of our philosophy where we're at. I do believe there are certainly appropriate times that should be utilized. It's just kind of our personal feel for a couple of different reasons. We are starting to implement some add-on supports with the Ring doorbell, things like that. We provide a live staff at our station here that we staff. We do all the trainings. We hire people that have a background of working with people with disabilities and are just really good remote support care staff. And our live hours are from 8 p.m. You guys are Eastern, so 8 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. To 8 a.m. And then we can also do alerts and data collection 24/7. A couple unique things that we do that responding or that backup support. We actually do that locally. So sometimes we can help providers in their situation, how you might address that, some things you have to keep in mind and as far as doing that. And then we also provide what we call a consumer relations team. So as Dustin was saying, it's really important for providers to kind of have a point person to look at the data to make sure things are going well. What we have found is sometimes that's not as that's ideal, but sometimes that's not realistic. So we provide a consumer relations team to look at that data, to be our main liaison to make sure hey, somebody did move in the house. And Dustin, I will say that's happening more and more over the last year, where people are getting shifted around all the time. And it really, for us, starting so long ago, it really wasn't about the staffing crisis or the cost associated with the Medicaid being cut all the time. It really was about providing that independence to the person that we're supporting, and we keep that in our mission and how we support people throughout the years we've done this. So we're currently in 10 different states and looking to expand in a couple more. And I guess I'll leave it at that, Dustin. I think we're telling stories after this. Is that correct?
If you've got one, let's just weave it in together. Go ahead and share your success story.
So there's a ton. I'm going to go a little personal. So myself and two other people who started both Sound Response and Night Owl, we're all three still here, Dwayne Temple and Danny Chilson. But we all have a background working with people with disabilities prior to using remote supports, and we actually support my sister, and so I know her pretty well, and it's been an extremely positive experience. Growing up with my sister Jennifer, we included her with everything. I didn't think of her as a young child as even having a disability. It's just she was just my sister. She went on all the vacations with us. We wrestled. She was just who she is, and she has cerebral palsy and some other intellectual disabilities. And at the time she was diagnosed, when she was young, she was diagnosed actually severe profound, which I thought was just crazy. And just because of how she was raised, she got to be really independent, but she still, when she moved out at age 26, she needed 24/7 or had a live-in staff for years. And we started supporting her in 2000, I want to say for about 10 years now. And it was the first time she'd ever been out on her own. To give you an idea of what her needs are, she doesn't need a lot during the night. We only support her at overnight hours. She does. We do have a check-in with her staff when they leave. She does have a provider backup person that can respond if she does need something. If somebody knocks on her door at 2 a.m, she's going to go answer it. There are some things that may be happening now that we may be increasing our sensors with her in the very near future. But Jennifer is a person that wants to just be like everybody else. And I think, even as we grew up, when she turned 16 years old, my father actually let her drive a car. It was the first time he let me drive too. I was 12. And she did kind of run it into a hill very slowly. But after she had that very minor accident, she never asked again to drive a car, and she needed to kind of fail with some safety net behind her. And I think that's what a lot of this technology is you have to give that person the dignity of risk to succeed. And if they can succeed, it works really, really well. The first day that she had our support, she actually went out and celebrated, and she told everybody she knew and that she'd stayed by herself for the first time ever in her life. And she still is very proud of being able to do that. After the first night of supporting her, my mom was a nervous wreck and actually thought, I don't think she slept at all. But my sister reported actually she slept the best she had slept in years because she didn't have a staff at her house keeping her up. So, that's one I know very, very well. We have, a couple hundred success stories. But that's one that's very close to me, and I'm just proud to say, I wouldn't feel this is if this is not an appropriate service for her, I wouldn't want it for her. At the same time, I'm guardian for somebody else who has very, very intense needs. I would say that's not a right fit for that individual, but just knowing it's done that, for somebody that I love personally, it's been a great success.
Right. Thank you, Chris. So that's Chris Patterson with Night Owl. I will, after each presenter gets done talking, or before, I'll shoot a link to their website in the chat field so that you guys can copy and paste and save those if needed. It'll probably be included in the documents I send you, but I'll go ahead and do that. So up next, Nick, are you ready to go from THS? Oh, you're on mute, Nick.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we got you now. There you go.
All right. My AirPods are failing me. Didn't have enough battery. I'm Nick Alexander. I'm with THS Remote Support Services. I went over a little bit of this already, but we started as a residential provider back in 2007, and things started changing in the industry around 2015, and that's when we started to look at what we could do to kind of help our business. It was getting harder to find caregivers. It was getting harder to pay caregivers for the overnights, especially. We had read about the remote supports, and so we researched it quite a bit, and we were one of those companies that said, well, why not just do it ourselves? And foolishly, maybe foolishly. So we started, getting into it and trying to put a system together. And, as a lot of people said, there's so many options that you can really drown in all the options that are out there. But we put our system together and we started serving our own individuals. So we started moving our own individuals off of the overnight supports and onto the remote supports wherever it was appropriate. And we started having some good success with it. And some people, some other providers started taking note of it. And one of those is one of my success stories. Worked with a couple of ladies who had been roommates for many, many years, and they had overnight supports most of their life, all their life, or while they were living alone. But their provider said, hey, we think that this might be something that these ladies could use, and it might enhance their their independence and their self-confidence. And so we went over there and we took a look at it, and some of the challenges was, the family was very concerned. I mean, this is brand new, kind of, in this area. Wasn't many people doing it. We had our own experience with our own people that we had been working with. But the family was a little bit worried. The ladies were a bit nervous to start. They were very skittish at thunderstorms. It was a real worry for them. Worried about break-ins and worried about unwelcome guests. So we put together a system for them where it incorporated a two-way video. There was open and closed sensors. There were a lot of exterior cameras. So we put the cameras outside and we could see if somebody was at the door or, around the property. And I'm happy to say they've been with us for quite a while. We've only been doing this since 2015, but they were one of our first. So we started with them in 2016, and they've been thriving on it. They really have. We've actually increased the amount of supports we've been giving them. It's up to 12 hours a night now. They love having the alone time and being able to be themselves and being able to enjoy their apartment and being a roommate. They gained a whole lot more confidence in their ability to live independently and to do it on their own, kind of like what Chris was saying. They just very excited. Once they got a couple days under their belt, they were really excited, and they really loved the fact that this was, hey, I don't need somebody sleeping on my couch or being in my house while I sleep, just in case. And that's kind of one of the things we like to talk about with a lot of providers who are thinking about it, a lot of families, a lot of SSAs. It's caregiving on demand. So it is a caregiver. They are available whenever you want them available. They're always awake, and they are always ready. So that's basically my success story. And if there's any questions, I'll keep a lookout.
Great. Thanks, Nick. So that was Nick Alexander with Total Home Care, and I've got a link to their site already in there in the chat. So up next, Jared Hunt with Winreath.
All right. Well, as I said a little bit earlier, Winreath, we've been around since 1994, just providing direct support services here in Ohio. We are only providing services in Ohio, and just kind of looking to keep it that way. We want to keep everything close to home and just stick with what it was that we knew best. When we started getting into this, we didn't really have anything to look at or model off of as far as remote supports here in the state we're going to go. And we decided what we're going to do is just what we've always done, and that's just provide direct support services, but we're just going to use technology to link people together. The first person that we began serving here, which was back in 2011, was it was actually someone that we served before the waiver even hit the state. And the issue with her particular situation was she was very independent, lived alone in an apartment on her own, but was aging, and the team was looking for a way for her to be able to age in place without needing a bunch of extra direct support staff. Seemed like it was a fairly simple type of service. She was just the sweetest person that you could ever meet, and really didn't ever want to put anyone out or inconvenience staff or anything like that. And some issues that we started running into were she would forget to take her medication, so it was something as simple as medication reminders, but also she just wouldn't eat, so she would need reminders to just eat dinner, eat lunch, how are things going. One of the big factors that pushed for remote support to be installed in her home was there was a time that she was supposed to have staff just call and check in on her. This was direct support staff before we came. She was supposed to just have those folks get a hold of her and check in, see how things are going. There was a time that she did that. Her direct support staff called her up on a Saturday afternoon, said, "Hey, how are things going?" She said, "They're going great." They come in there on Monday morning and look at her. Her face is bruised, had tons of injuries. As it turned out, she had fallen over the course of the weekend, broke her nose, and just didn't want to inconvenience anyone, didn't want to say anything. So we were able to, slide in there, put a system in place. When we talk about the use of two-way video devices, it is so important, as opposed to just calling and talking with someone on the phone. There's so much that we can all gather just by being able to, see someone, talk with them. In her case, she took great pride in the way that she looked. So is her hair perfectly done like it always was, or was it flat on one side? There are little things that our monitoring specialists know this. They know these people individually, like we talked about earlier. They know the ISPs. They establish close relationships with these folks. They talk with them every day, and something's just not right. So they're able to pick up on those things. Aside from that situation, though, some of the cool things that I've seen has been, number one, the ability to provide remote support in ways that people said we would never be able to provide remote support. An individual that has seizures, that the teams would always automatically say, hey, they have seizures, they can't have remote support. That may have been true to some extent in the beginning, but the technology is advancing so much for seizure detection that we have a number of folks that we're able to provide support to now very efficiently and effectively. But we've also seen situations where it just really seems like the biggest issue is the presence of staff. We've been able to create an environment where we've been able to back out direct support staff, and we have seen significant reduction in the aggressive behaviors towards the direct support staff, roommates, property destruction, you name it. But we've had situations where the folks just maybe had never been thought to be able to receive direct support services, yet here they are, and they're flourishing because of remote support.
It helps if I unmute myself. I was giving you all kinds of compliments and telling you great job and all that.
Oh, gee, thanks.
No, seriously, thank you. Okay, up next, Bill Dahlman from Syngistics. Bill, I think you're on mute. Bill, you there? Okay. Bill, if you can hear me, we'll come back to you. I think that you're on mute, but we'll come back to you, so don't worry. Let's go to Craig Caldwell from Safe and Home. Craig, looks like you're on the road today.
Yes, and I'm speaking to you from an airport, so I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, we've got you. Yep, you're good.
It's really freezing up on me.
Okay, give it a shot, Craig, and I understand you're in an airport, so if you can run through it. If you get too choppy, I'll cut you off.
Okay, that's fine. So, we doing remote supports now. We are 5 years, and we started out working with the senior population, helping them. Moved into this field a couple years ago, and we look at this as our focus is on the individual. Our focus is on understanding what's important for the individual and what is the best solution for them. Every one of our installations is unique, and we do not have a one-size-fits-all solution. And we, like providers, use a lot of sensors. We use a lot of lot of other tools as well, including seizure management solutions. We are starting to do job coaching on site with out in the workplace with individuals, as well as we do a lot with medication compliance, and we do a lot with all the solutions that that people face, the challenges such as elopement, such as medication compliance, seizure management, and we try to do it in the least invasive way, trying to avoid the use of cameras when possible. But we also understand that in certain situations they're absolutely necessary. We also believe that communicating with the care team is incredibly important, and we provide a lot of detail to our interactions in the form of a weekly report to the care team as to every interaction we've had with that individual the previous week, and that allows us to reevaluate at the end of several times a month or throughout the year to determine what is necessary for them. Give me a second. Sorry, guys.
That's not your flight, is it?
What's that?
It's not your
No,
flight.
it's not my flight.
Okay,
But as far as like some of our success stories, one in particular comes to mind. It's an individual that had suffered a TBI, and fairly independent guy. He had a newspaper route, and he did a lot of outside the home. He was outside the home a lot, but he also suffered frequent seizures, and we installed with him our seizure management solution and our seizure management program, and we do frequent check-ins through our two-way video, which I agree with Jared is absolutely necessary. That video, that face-to-face communication is so important to understanding their environment and for them to feel comfortable with the remote team. And we noticed that every time he had a seizure, we went back and looked at our data, and we also monitor. We can track bathroom utilization, and we noticed that on the days that he had seizures, that his bathroom utilization had dropped considerably in comparison to his baseline. And we spoke with his doctors and communicated with his doctors and realized that hydration was having a great deal of influence on the frequency of seizures. And so into the protocols, we were able to add hydration reminders, et cetera, to keep him on track. And we have noticed since doing that, his seizure activity has decreased considerably. We also tried to extend our remote supports out into the community, giving them ways to communicate back to us and communicate with our team when they're out and about in the community. We have noticed, and I think most of the guys that provide, we all agree, once you start providing remote services, remote support, that oftentimes, in most cases, your service time extends and grows. It doesn't contract. They don't say, oh, wow, this is, we don't need this many hours. What we find is we go in, start providing service, and those service hours expand. I was working with a provider, a large provider today, that this week, I'm sorry, not today, but was commenting to me that they bill about 30,000 hours of staff time that they have potential to bill every month. That the problem is that 4,000 hours of the 4,000 of those 30,000 hours are going unstaffed and therefore unbilled. And we're working with that organization now to implement a plan to introduce remote supports where appropriate. Now, again, when we go in and evaluate and assess and install, none of us want to set us. There are people that are just not appropriate for remote supports, but when they are, it is incredibly effective, and a means of providing them the dignity and the independence that they deserve and want, as well as it simultaneously helps the providers with their staffing shortages, which are not unique to any one state. That's a nationwide problem that we're having, and we're seeing great success.
Awesome. Thank you, Craig. Appreciate you squeezing us in and doing it at the airport. So thank you.
Well, you know where I was today, and it was I had no Wi-Fi where I was, so I apologize for being the late comer here.
You're good. Go catch your flight. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to listen in as long as I can here.
Okay, great. Bill Dahlman with Syngistics. Looks like you're ready to go.
Okay, can you hear me now, Dustin?
Yes, we've got you.
Much better. So Syngistics has been around for about 10 years, and we carry a pretty full product line. We include sensors in our product line that gets dispersed throughout the home and the residence. We have a line of med management type components and devices. Then we also have an array of devices that are primarily designed to assist staff or keep staff safe. Then we have a line of devices that are kind of designed to keep individuals safe when they go out into the community and provide those remote supports while they're out in the community as well. We work with all groups of people. We work with case managers. We work with provider staff. And we also work with parents and guardians. All those basically represent people that are on the care team, and they typically will send an email to Syngistics and they'll start a project. And that's my primary role at Syngistics, is to work through those projects with those different points of contact. So my email address is just my first name, bill.d@syngistics.com, and perhaps Dustin can send that to you as well. But typically what we like to do is get started with an email trail. We start talking about needs and concerns for the site, needs and concerns for the client, needs and concerns for the staff. We try to match it up with devices and components that address all those needs and concerns. And then, of course, leads into some of the other things Dustin's mentioned already, as far as quoting and waiver funding, installation setup, training, and transition plans, so that the client's able to step into the technology at a pace that the client is comfortable with, not at a pace that the service provider or Syngistics recommends. We pretty much do most of those other things that were talked about in the session today. So if you want to start a project, or if you want to start a conversation about a project, again, just start an email trail to Syngistics and send it to my attention, and we'll help you get started on that project.
Awesome. Thank you, Bill. I apologize. I haven't been keeping up with sending the links to the sites like I said I would, but I'm doing it now. So I'll get all of the past presenters and the new ones links in there. So thank you, Bill. How about we go to Creatability and Carrie? Oh, you're on mute, Carrie. I do it all the time too. It's okay.
I lost my momentum now. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm just kidding. So yes, I'm Carrie with Creatability again. And our approach to remote monitoring is the non-intrusive sensor way. We basically utilize wireless sensors and capture that data that organizes it into a super user-friendly dashboard for the care provider. Our sensors monitor things like elopement, medication usage, personal hygiene and oral care, sleep patterns, technology, and television usage, toileting, safety, appliance safety, and wheelchair activities. So, and there's tons more. I could go on forever. Basically, our sweet spot, our target market, and we've been doing this a long time. We're actually in 17 states right now. Our target market is really those people, if they need a lot of surveillance, you have a lot of fine vendors here that you can reach out to for video surveillance. But again, we do not do that. And rather, we've had a lot of success stories, but what I'd rather talk about is like our typical client base and who they are. Again, sometimes people get video in homes and, they don't want it. So we you know, we're a good candidate for people, again, who can live on their own and don't need that constant surveillance. We're used in several states right now for immediate stopgap coverage. The reason for that is because our solution, it's called Independence Builder, the sensor suite, and you can purchase them individually or you can purchase the entire suite, is super fast to deploy. We can have it up and running to someone and up and running in a matter of 24 hours. And a lot of the states keep our Independence Builder sensors on hand for times where people lose their provider or some coverage in there somewhere, or even a parent. So they immediately deploy those and get those out immediately. And I would say a third group of people that we serve often, we are grant supported, and all of our solutions are funded by government grants. So they are very affordable. So people that, you know, can't afford, or there's not enough money, or not a waiver system in their state, or whatever the case may be, the cost of our products is basically whatever the cost of the sensor is, and they're pretty affordable. And then you get the corresponding care provider dashboard free. So it's not like a monthly subscription or anything that you have to purchase. And I am a marketing and communications person, and I can set the sensors up myself, not a techie. So super easy, rapid to deploy. So we often serve a lot of people like that. And then also, Dustin, I hate to do a plug for it, and I'm sorry, but because we have sensors, we also kind of have a corresponding assistive technology called MeMinder, which is basically like your virtual assistant for the day. So in the case of like meal prep and things like that, while our monitors will watch the safety, make sure, you know, the units are turned off. If they're running too long, they automatically turn off, and so forth. But paired with our MeMinder, which basically walks them through all the tasks, alerts, and prompts for the day, it usually kind of, you don't have to purchase it as a package, but they pair nicely together. We also use our Independence Builder sensors in the employment setting for voc rehab specialists. We use a work version of MeMinder, and we pair it with those sensors in the work setting to be able to measure the how accurate the accuracy of the jobs that they do. So we use these sensors not just in the home residential setting, we also use them in the vocational setting.
Nice, cool, thank you. Real quick thing, since you mentioned MeMinder, I've got 5 of them that I need to give away. If anybody out there is interested in the MeMinder, just email me, and I've got 5 of them that I can get out to people to kind of test and play with. So
great idea. That's right. We have 5 of those left.
Yep.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you. And last but definitely not least, Simply Home has been around for quite a long time, and thank Drew Ray. I'll turn it over to you to talk about Simply Home.
Thank you, Dustin. Yes, we have been around for a good long while, and we, like Carrie, are not a remote monitoring system. We do provide 24/7 independent supports. We provide support and enabling technology to allow people to live absolutely as independently as possible. The way that works, I will share a couple of short stories. One is a family with a child with autism that were in danger of losing their capacity to keep him in their home because he was constantly eloping, running across a 5-lane highway, and he was 5 years old, to head to the McDonald's playground. So we put in a very simple system with audible alerts in the environment to let the other adults in the environment know when he was headed to the door. He had 1 elopement after the system went in, simply because his mother thought she knew where he was. She ignored the audible alert, and he took off. She caught him before he crossed the street, but after that, there were no more opportunities for him to leave the home without her being aware. From something as simple as that to individuals that we serve that are quadriplegic, they need a voice-activated environment. They need to be able to see who is at their door. Frequently, those individuals will use tablets, and voice activation for letting people have access to their environment with automatic door openers. They'll use the Ring doorbell to see who is outside. They'll use voice activation for thermostat control. Also to connect with a remote caregiver. One of the individuals that we served did live in a supported living apartment arrangement where there was staff available. He could use his tablet to call for staff when he needed help getting up in the morning or getting ready for bed at night, or should he have an emergency during the night. Then we also support individuals with intellectual disabilities who are living independently in the community, who need prompts to move through their day, maybe to get to work on time, putting together leisure activities over the weekend. So we pair their sensors with a set of rules that enables their support staff and their natural supports to help them live as independently as possible, given their rules, their priorities, and the goals that the individuals have set for themselves.
Awesome, thank you. And Drew started by saying I'm not a remote support provider. I think that you kind of lean more into you enable remote supports through family members and other entities. You don't actually have a monitoring center yourself.
We do not have monitoring.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. So I felt that it was.
We don't have a call center.
Yeah. Yep. So I felt it was important to kind of give everybody a pretty broad scope of what's out there. So thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so I have seen several questions come in. One of the questions that came in was somebody had asked for some more device examples, and I see one of our other presenters had kind of answered that in the Q&A thing, so thank you for doing that. One question that came in was, and I'm going to throw it out to you, remote support vendors. Do any of you have a sensor that can measure urine waste in a toilet, the amount, I'm guessing?
I'm pretty sure that we do have that, but I am not 100% positive, but I think the answer to that for creatability is yes.
Okay, interesting. I wasn't sure if that existed. Cool, great. And then somebody had asked a question about, can you guys speak to a little bit about, with remote support's a critical piece of this is that remote caregiver, right? We've talked about all the trainings that they go through and kind of how they're trained on the individual's needs, but we didn't really spend much time talking about the relationships that are formed between the remote caregiver and the person being served. Can one of you jump in and kind of talk to that? Just kind of how the relationships that you've seen formed. And if you don't have anything, I've got a couple ideas or stories, I guess. Everybody's ready to go.
Can you actually repeat that?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Can you guys talk to the relationships that are formed between the remote caregiver and the person receiving services?
I don't know if it's an oversimplification of it or not, but they establish the same types of relationships that we see with direct support staff in the homes. These are folks that they talk to each other every day. They see each other every day. They share things like, hey, how was it when you went to visit mom last night? Or are you going out for spaghetti Friday? I know you've been wanting to do that. You did great at work. It's the same sorts of relationships that we see our direct support staff have with folks they're serving or, with family members. I see no difference other than they just can't touch each other.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I'll just say our turnover ratio is probably a lot less than your regular direct support. So, over time, if it works for somebody, a lot of times the supports don't change, and you can develop. We know when people have gotten back from bowling or have done well. How the Packers are doing or whatever it may be, and it just it just develops that relationship over a longer period of time. And certainly when you can have direct care support professionals that are in the homes for a long time, that's great. But Over especially recent years, we've seen that turnover just increase, and our turnover isn't as much. So, we're just able to develop strong bonds and relationships with folks.
Great. One example that I like to give is, there were a lot of, when I think back to my days with remote support, being a remote support provider, there were lots of individuals that just didn't want that. That was one of the reasons that they wanted the service. They just didn't want the interaction, but there were a lot of them that did. And the best story that I can think of is, it was actually a quote from the agency that I started this presentation or this whole thing off with, was a quote from the guy that said, "This has fundamentally changed how we as an agency provide services and might have saved our agency." It was that same agency. We were serving a number of individuals there, and they were 3 hours away from the monitoring center. And they had received services for a little over a year, and they had such a close relationship with those remote caregivers that they had never physically seen them in person. It was all like this, but they felt like they had formed such a strong bond that they actually, as a group, the individuals requested that the agency put them, take a field trip basically down to the monitoring center so that they could walk in and hug and touch and see these people that were involved in their life. Now, that's not going to work across the country, but just an example of the, it gets intimate. You're in someone's home, you're seeing them and helping them through very, intimate situations, and those relationships do form. And I think that the video piece is a big part of that, those relationships being formed. So just my 2 cents. Another question that came in, and I want to kind of pause here. Anybody that has questions, if you're an attendee, please throw those in. I'm watching the chat box and the Q&A box right now. So please go ahead and feel free to throw those in, and we will not call you out specifically, but we'll get your question answered. Somebody had typed a question about, can somebody speak to a situation where you served maybe some individuals that had some more challenging needs, or maybe that you could not serve, the needs were so challenging, and what did you guys learn from that? Have you had situations like that where you've served somebody or had somebody come to you with a situation saying, we want remote supports, but you didn't feel like the person was appropriate? Or have you had a situation where somebody came to you and you were kind of like, I'm not sure if this person's going to be the right fit for this type of service, and then it ended up working great? And how did you overcome those things?
Dustin, we have that all the time, kind of. We'll go out and do an interview and talk to somebody, and kind of like, I don't know how long this is going to last, but we give it a good try, and happily, a lot of times, we are surprised. We're still surprised all the time with how successful people can be with it. That we've been wrong many times, but there's a lot of times we go out to places and like, I don't know if they really get what the system can do and how it's going to work and what we're really able to provide. There have been some situations where we had to say, listen, we just can't keep you safe. And we've had to say, we can't do it. But I will say, a lot of times we kind of, if the SSA and the team and the family are really wanting to try it out, a lot of times we'll give it a try as long as safety is not an issue. But, and a lot of times we're pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, good point. So we have another question come in here. Can someone elaborate for those of you remote support vendors that are doing remote supports out in the community in some way? And I think it was Craig, who's probably dropped off to jump on his flight, but anybody else out there, elaborate on how you're providing remote support in a community setting or outside of the home.
Dustin, I can say that for us, we're able to provide assistive technology, but in Ohio right now, really doesn't support remote support in the community yet.
Okay. Yeah, it's the regulations are definitely not there for the most part for that form of remote supports anywhere in the country, to my knowledge. Again, there obviously have been changes happen like New Mexico that I wasn't aware of. So that might be the situation, but I haven't seen a whole lot of that. Carrie, you guys have some things that it's not necessarily remote support, but that can support a person out in the community, right?
Yes, mostly for voc rehab.
Okay.
So we have, well, right now we have a huge project out in Ohio with capabilities.
Yep.
And we are, again, using that. It's called the Employment Suite, but it's our MeMinder for Work version, because care providers and vocational rehab specialists and job coaches have very different jobs. The dashboards had to be redone, but we do have that going on with the Independence Builder sensors, just to check for accuracy. So we've got that pilot going on right now, and
Great.
I think it's 150 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
And I think that is a natural progression of where this service will go in the future, especially as the 5G networks start to roll out. We have better coverage, and we'll be able to do a whole lot more. And I think that it'll just be a natural progression. Unfortunately, my gut is telling me that it's going to be somebody's going to have to create the business model around it first, kind of like with remote sports. The businesses came first, created the service, and then started pounding on the doors of the regulators and the funders to change the regulations and the funding to meet the tech. I think that it will probably happen that way, which is tough because then it's tough to start a business that way. So it's going to take the right person to be able to do that.
Dustin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Bill at Syngistics.
Yeah.
Depending on the needs of the client, we have some of our products do extend out into the community. So it might be something as simple as a pendant so that somebody can be reached once they leave the home. So you need to be able to move that technology out of the home or beyond the perimeter of the home so you get good reception. And then again, depending on what they need, we have other types of technology as well that predominantly allow parents and guardians and the care staff to just be aware of that client and what the client is going through. And again, it really depends on needs and concerns for the care staff and the parents. So again, if somebody has that interest, if they want to contact Syngistics, we can specifically look at your needs and concerns, and we can make sure that we match up a device that specifically meets and addresses those needs and concerns.
Great. Awesome. Thank you, Bill Lindware. Thank you. Another thing that somebody might want to look at is Angel Sense. It's quasi remote supports in the community. It's got GPS tracking features, so you know where somebody's at, can push alerts to you. If somebody leaves specific geo-fenced areas, you can do two-way voice communication. There's a button that the individual can hit if they get stuck or lost or need something. So Angel Sense is something that you all might want to look at if you're looking for a solution like that too. But thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions come in. So I'm going to kind of pause here for a second and let anybody that has any questions, please get them in. We do have a few minutes left here. I can't believe we actually made it in the 4:30 time slot. Thank you for the vendors for moving through your part fast. My voice is about gone, so I'm glad that we're winding this down. I would welcome feedback on this. So if you attended today, what can we do to make these more engaging? What can we do to improve these? Shoot me an email. We'll probably close the chat and everything here in just a second, but please shoot me an email and let me know. We've got more of these planned. We have, like I mentioned, we're going to be doing one where we're talking about apps. We're actually going to be doing one with Angel Sense, oddly enough, on elopement situations. So wanting to do more of these where we really dive deep into some of the tech that's out there that's having big impact, and remote supports was a great place to start. So I really appreciate all of you presenters that stuck around with me all day long. Thank you. I know you're all extremely busy. I hope that this was a good thing for all of you. For those of you that are attending, thank you. I hope it was what you were hoping to get. you know, we're happy to connect with these vendors. I'm happy so that they can continue to engage with you and answer questions. We're happy to do that at Disability Cocoon. You'll get a copy of this, and you'll get a copy of the guide that we went through. Be looking for that. It's probably gonna take me a week or so to get the video edited down and cut out the breaks and you know, those kinds of things. But we want to get it something that it's going to be useful for you guys. That will have some legs for you forever. So we do have a question come in here as I was filling some time. Can you explain the funding through an agency who subcontracts? Yes. And I'll go ahead and jump on that. So in most states and in most waiver funded situations, the funding for remote support services are authorized under the primary provider's name, the residential provider typically. So residential provider ABC is serving an individual that wants to take advantage of remote supports. ABC provider in that state would have to hold the necessary certifications and licensures to be able to bill and provide remote supports. Once they hold that, they can then get that service authorization in the individual's waiver plan for the remote support services. And then they are responsible for finding a remote support subcontractor to actually fulfill that requirement and that meets that state's regulatory requirements. So that subcontract relationship with ABC and the remote support company, ABC residential provider and the remote support company, is one of a subcontract relationship. And it's very similar. Instead of ABC going out and hiring a staff person to go into the home to provide services and then billing for those services, they're now hiring a remote support company to come in and provide those services. And ABC is still billing for those services since they hold the service authorization. So they would draw down, and I'm just going to use round numbers here. They would draw down, let's say $15 an hour for every hour of remote support services that are provided to that individual. When I say draw down, they would be paid, reimbursed, you know what I mean? And then their subcontractor would invoice them for every hour of service that is provided, typically at a lower rate. We'll just call it $6 an hour, somewhere around there. So then the difference is the profit for that agency to help cover the cost of a backup person and whatever else they need to, administrative costs, et cetera, et cetera. So that's at a high level, that's kind of how it works. And that's going to be slightly different state to state, but that's typically how it's going to work. So I hope that answered your question. And then we have another question that came in. Can you talk about the reports that can be shared with other team members or parents on activities in the home from day to day? What are some of the reports that you guys are sending out?
I guess I'll jump in. We are able to send out reports. Number one, to request whatever that might be, if it's daily, weekly reports to various support team members so they can see any of the activity that's happened while we've been monitoring. We also send out reports to all of the vendors that, all of the providers that we're working with. So family members, support team members, whoever needs to get that data on what was happening in the homes can get it. And then we're able to provide that billing data automatically for those providers to be able to build a waiver for their reimbursement as well.
Great. Thank you, Jared.
And this is Bill at Syngistics, Dustin.
Yeah.
So we have reports that correspond with the data that's gathered up through the sensor. And some of the more common requests we get is to do kind of sleep analysis studies. So our bed sensor component is able to gather up that data, and it puts it into a database. And we give the customers a choice. They can either receive training and access that data themselves, or they can utilize Syngistics staff to help gather and organize that data as well. When we switch over to video, we have video services, video monitoring services. So we're always keeping a log of logged video hours, any sort of events or incidents that come up, and that gets documented, and we share that on a weekly basis with authorized individuals in the care team. And we summarize it at the end of the month as well when we send out our invoicing for active video logged hours as well.
Great, thank you. So yeah, it sounds like, I mean, a lot of data that you guys can all provide related to sensors and service documentation and billing units, and get a lot more insight into what's happening in the home, right? So, okay. Not seeing any other questions, and I can't believe, I figured in the last 5 minutes we'd start have people dropping like flies, but everybody's sticking around. So I will thank everybody again and give everybody 2 more seconds to get questions in. Otherwise, we're going to wrap it up. So thank you all. Appreciate you joining. Again, we'll get the recorded video to you. Presenters, I can't thank you enough. Thank you for jumping on and doing this. These guys all just took time out of their day, out of the goodness of their heart. I really appreciate your help with what I'm trying to do here at Disability Cocoon and making this information available to people. So for those of you that are on, reach out to these folks first. I've shared their information. They're a great resource, and we'll get this stuff out to you. And stay tuned. We're going to do more of these, and I hope that you were thinking about that one person and feel like you've got the tools now to go improve at least that one person's life. So if we've done that, then this whole day was worth it. So I appreciate everybody's time. Presenters, thank you again. I think that's it. We'll talk to you all, I'm sure, again sometime soon. Thanks.